magnitude of it, because, as I said, of several of these states that have really quite extensive outbreaks, Michigan being and Ohio being the two states that are really leading the charge right now. And it'd be a lot easier if I just told you, don't buy lettuce from green bag lettuce.
Right.
And you wouldn't. That's it. You just forget about green bag lettuce. Or you see it all the time when they recall a cheese, or they recall chicken, or they recall hamburger meat. Because we have teams that figure that stuff out. But we've really cut back on that substantially. And personally, I think it's a big mistake. I think we should be really augmenting our ability to trace foodborne illness so we can rapidly get and be able to identify the source, and then that enables the American public to make very informed choices that don't really alter their life substantially. I don't think this will disappear until we get into the September months.
Dr. Robert Redfield, former director of the Centers for Disease Control in the first Trump administration, currently senior fellow for biosecurity and public health policy at the Heritage Foundation. Dr. Redfield, thank you for being back with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. God bless. Yep. Bye-bye.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Attention! This is a pesticide exposure alert. The pesticide chlorpyrifos, used as an insect repellent, has now been linked to neurodevelopmental disorders in children and Parkinson's disease. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after being exposed to chlorpyrifos, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory68.com now to see if you qualify. Across the country, pesticide manufacturers have already faced multi-billion-dollar lawsuits and settlements over alleged health risks. Now, people exposed to chlorpyrifos are taking legal action, alleging this pesticide caused serious neurological injuries in both adults and children. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after chlorpyrifos exposure, don't wait. Strict filing deadlines may apply. Visit govictory68.com today to see if you qualify. Go to govictory68.com. That's govictory68.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The U.S. launching fresh strikes against Iran as a naval blockade has been reinstated in the Strait of Hormuz. White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller says the commander-in-chief is sending a clear message.
You do not cross the United States. You do not violate an agreement with the United States. You do not break your word with President Trump or America. And you attack shipping in violation of that agreement, and you will pay a hellish price.
Jordan says it shot down 3 ballistic missiles from Iran. Bahrain says it intercepted several Iranian attacks. House approving a bill that would make daylight saving time permanent.
The ayes are 308, the nays are 117. The bill is passed.
So-called Sunshine Protection Act now heads to the Senate, where its future is uncertain. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The intense July heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. On Capitol Hill, the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau will face the House Financial Services Committee today and the Senate Banking Committee tomorrow to defend his overhaul of the agency. Russell Vaught's handling of the Bureau's enforcement work is likely to draw scrutiny amid evidence that it interceded in ways that appeared to benefit big businesses at the expense of consumers. Vaught and his deputies have dropped more than 36 lawsuits and settlements initiated by prior administrations. United Airlines posts earnings today, and although the higher airfares it's charging usually would benefit the bottom line, it may not do so this time amid record high fuel costs as well as higher labor costs. The market will listen closely for clues about how the traveling public is faring, especially higher income travelers willing to pay premium who've become a bigger part of the industry's financial model and are seen as at least somewhat insulated from the larger economic malaise. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get the coolest cap of the summer on Sunday, July 26th at 7:20 when the Phils host the Yankees, and kids 14 and under take home a Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic cap. Order your tickets now at Phillies.com. It'll be off the chain on Tuesday, July 21st at 6:40 when the Phils play the Dodgers, and kids 14 and under receive a Chick-fil-A Phillies Big Chain. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether it's help with hormone therapy, weight management, or sexual health, every woman should have access to affordable prescription medication and personalized care that understands the whole woman. Join me, Dr. Doug Lucas, clinical lead of hormone optimization and longevity at LifeMD, along with other leading experts on the podcast, Here's Something Good on Women's Health and Longevity. To learn more, go to lifemd.com.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door & Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. Here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, July 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Don Stenzel with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker again this morning. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers, as we have an action-packed Hump Day edition of Kayal and Company. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's going to be a hot one.
The heat is on.
Yeah.
Sean Farish, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we're doing well, and I got to just give a shout out to, I'm going to break his chops just a little bit. I love you, Gary. The Jim Kramer of the YouTube chat keeps guessing the color of my flannel wrong all week. Thought I'd be in blue again today, not I'm in red. So, you know, it seems to be what Gary says is going to happen seems to, it's the opposite seems to happen. No, I love it. Gary Stamp, he loves the red. He gives me crap every time I'm in the blue. So I saw him in the YouTube chat this morning saying he's going to be in blue today. And wrong. Okay? Not wrong. Beautiful red. We're beautiful red today. By the way, congratulations to the National League All-Star team, which is composed of, 3/4 of the Phillies roster. So it was basically the Phillies getting shut out yesterday at home in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I was so bored with that game. That first inning occurred.
Take my shots.
I'm thinking
I'll swipe.
All right, here we go. Maybe we'll have a high-scoring game. And that was it. If you watched the first inning, that was basically the ball game.
Pretty much.
Donuts.
But the fans were awesome.
The fans were
all
great.
agree.
Yes, the fans were
great.
great.
For everything.
But Boys to Men, so it was 2 nights ago. It was there was this competition of, hey, let's try not Nathan's. I don't know why I said Nathan's. Pat's and Geno's. So you know what's amazing to me, Dawn, is that the national media, and we'll call it the national sports media, when anytime Philly's in the spotlight, it's just so lazy. Pat's, Geno's, Boys to Men, the Rocky statue, the Arch. Is that all we are? Is like 4 tourist attractions and a washed-up R&B band from the mid-'90s? There's more to Philadelphia than that. They just go for the low-hanging, hey, we once booed Santa Claus.
It's embarrassing.
Haven't heard that 30,000 times. Way to go.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have done it. That's the thing. You don't want to hear that 30,000 times. Don't boo Santa. It's that simple. You don't hear this about any other city because no other major city in the country has booed Santa Claus before except Philly. That's it.
Very true.
You don't want to get criticized for booing Santa? How about don't boo Santa?
On.
Yep. It's like these people. It's like these leftists, right? ICE. Well, stop trying to kill them. They won't kill you, right? You don't want to take crap for booing Santa. Don't boo him.
Yep. Santa got booed like 100 years. It was like 250 years ago. You know what I mean? Come on, man.
No.
When was that?
250
actually?
years ago, Philly was an actual city that did something of use, right? They signed the Declaration of Independence. How far the city has fallen from signing the Declaration of Independence to booing St. Nicholas.
That was
I got along very well with. By the way.
That was pretty cool last night, though, when they had the player introductions and they came out and signed, I don't know if it was the Declaration, but they were doing, basically stuff from 1776. It was pretty cool. I like that aspect. By the way, Speaking of the YouTube chat, Phil Omquist just alerted me that Road Warrior is in there, and he's saying we are $213 away from hitting $25,000 for the Bend of the Shore Bike Tour, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Remember, folks, the goal was $15,000. We're $213 away from $25,000. So a tip of the cap to everybody because we've obliterated that goal by almost 10 grand. Best audience in radio. Yep, best audience ever. We have a lot to get to today. The big take on the positives of the economic indicators that came out yesterday in Dawn's Big Three, as well as the pivot by ICE when it pertains to vehicle stops being paused temporarily. We'll get into both of those. And we have a ton of other great stories. We have the cut sheet, we have Fight Club, and a whole lot more. But let's get to the news. Round number one, as it is now just about 6:06. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kill and Company News Live. Yes, this Wednesday, it is hump day, and it's probably one of the hottest hump days we've ever experienced, quite frankly. So Wednesday, July the 15th, we are sponsored by City Winery this morning. So many heat alerts, emergency alerts, this as the feel-like temperatures, as they like to say. So 100 on paper, maybe 101, but the feel-like temperatures could be 109. So it's hot. The other complicating factor for us in the Philadelphia, South Jersey region is that we have Canada wildfires going on. So our air quality, we have dirty, hot air. That's the bottom line here.
Stupid Canada.
Is the smoke coming back? Are we going to get the smoke?
Yep. So it's hazy. It's hot. Remember, when was that last summer or summer before last when it was really bad?
We
remember
had
that?
it was 2023.
Yep.
23, because I remember that coming. It got all the way down to Tennessee, and it was bad.
Yep.
It was really bad.
Yep.
Could Canada get their wildfire situation under control?
I agree.
Well, first you need their male leaders to stop sitting, doing the squatty potty, right? They got to stop sitting while they pee.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. You have what's his name up there? Is it Carney? That's her name up there, right?
That's her.
She sits when she pees. Yeah.
What? Dawn,
Justin Trudeau, Justine Trudeau. That's why Katy Perry wrote the song "I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It" because she was dating Justin Trudeau. Justine.
Well, it's ironic that Dawn's mentioning Canada with wildfires. Michael Pelka, who sends out his daily prep email, always includes a couple of today is National Insert Whatever Day. Today is National Respect Canada Day.
Oh,
so I say
no. It's not.
I say no. We do not respect Canada. Get your fires in order.
How funny is that, though?
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
How funny is that, though? If it's National Respect Canada Day, because there's people in the YouTube chat who are saying it's National Hot Dog Day, which seems to be one of the favorite things to consume in Canada. If you catch my
mustard.
drift.
So dangerously hot conditions. That's the warning from the National Weather Service. Heat index values up to 107 to 109 degrees. And this is across the region. And that means Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey from 10 o'clock this morning to 8 o'clock this evening. So that's what we're looking at, extreme heat warnings, and that includes the suburbs all the way to the Lehigh Valley. Looks like heat-related illnesses increase significantly. The National Weather Service warns during extreme heat and high humidity events. And then on top of it, like we talked about, the air quality is poor.
Yeah. Olivia's been doing this like elite level pitching clinic for softball this week. And yesterday they sent a message to the parents in the app saying, we're going to shorten Wednesday and cut it off at 12 o'clock because of the expected heat wave.
Yeah.
They don't even want to 11-year-olds out there in this stuff.
That's smart.
It's hot.
Yeah.
We need the rain. Unfortunately, we'll be in I know you'll have the forecast, but it looks like the first chance of some showers is not until, the weekend.
Of course. When I want to go out and go play golf, it'll pour.
Boo. Hopefully it'll be like that Florida weather.
Yeah.
Where, you get your golf in, but then it pours in the afternoon, that sort of thing.
Be fine by me.
So we have this is a bizarre situation with the Trump administration releasing an update on a situation that actually is in our area in Roxborough, in the Roxborough section of Philadelphia. Remember, we talked about this 1 week ago today, where a construction worker was identified as being shot and killed at that home in Philadelphia's Roxborough section 1 week ago today. So at that time, we learned that there was a 75-year-old man. Remember this firefighter veteran that he was charged with murdering the so-called construction worker? Neighbors said, this doesn't seem right. So later yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security comes out and says the victim, 20-year-old Salis Hanrahan, was actually from the UK, the United Kingdom, was in this country without legal permission, in this country illegally. And federal investigators say that the man who was shot and killed was allegedly affiliated with the so-called traveling conman fraud group.
Where are they performing next?
I know it sounds like a circus, traveling circus, but actually they're a transnational criminal organization.
So he's got 2 strikes working against him. He's here illegally, and he's a Brit.
Yes. Okay. Well, and he's part of this fraud group. So DOJ, FBI releasing this information, saying members of this group are known to scam and target homeowners with fraudulent, overpriced, low-quality construction or home repair services.
I'm telling you, America has become a bastion of illegals and frauds. It's unreal. The scams, the frauds, and now we get it all mixed into one story here.
Yeah.
This is wild.
So as far as the man shot and killed, his wife Roseanne shared photos of her husband, said he leaves behind a 1-year-old daughter. They share a 1-year-old daughter. Again, 20-year-old guy. The wife described him as somebody with a heart of gold. So now we're getting a different picture. But police say Hanrahan was shot and killed, like I said, a week ago at the 400 block of Ripka Street. So in that one, what about the homeowner, 75-year-old George Barr? He's still charged with murder. He's the retired firefighter, Vietnam veteran, and so was very involved in the community, born and raised here. So what actually happened? What transpired between these two? Sounds like the feds are now involved investigating this, obviously. He's still charged with as far as the 75-year-old Vietnam veteran, he's still facing the murder charge.
Wow. It's not too often
Bizarre.
you hear DHS and Roxborough in the same sentence.
Right?
Wow.
It was bizarre.
Yeah.
By the way, we're going to talk about this, but the House voting yesterday to make daylight saving time permanent across the nation.
Yeah. And of course, it'll go to the Senate.
It's already been blocked in the Senate by Tom Cotton.
Yeah. Just like the Save America Act. It's amazing how the House does their job, and we sit there and we look at the Senate and we're like, could you guys just get your sugar honey iced tea in order, please?
So we need the Sunshine Protection Act, Sunshine, and we need the Save America Act. They sort of sound alike, so they should maybe fool them.
Yes.
So it's sunshine. That's it. That's the ticket.
Yep. More daylight and free and fair elections. Give me both or give me death.
Another crazy story. I'll take you to Jersey City. This was an acid attack. We've heard about this across the country. This one, I know it's Jersey City. It's
Lucy
North
in the
Jersey.
Sky with Diamonds? Or like acid?
No, like liquid acid being thrown at women.
Wow.
Hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So in this one, 6 women were targeted in Jersey City last month. Now we know from the authorities they have arrested three women in this one, 3 juveniles. So these victims were splashed with, to your point, Sean, sulfuric acid when people on a moped targeted them in their car. So it was like a drive-by acid throw situation.
So this is what we're doing now. We're throwing acid at people.
We're throwing acid.
Okay. Description of the teen suspects?
Well, that's the interesting part.
A male, possibly white.
Only that they're 13, 14, and 15.
Yeah, so we'll never know.
Facing aggravated assault charges.
As they should be.
But among
They're just
other
mad
charges.
that Rooney can't be on time, that's all.
But yeah, no description.
No.
But as far as the women, they suffered severe skin burns.
Oh, absolutely.
Peeling,
Yeah.
are being treated in the hospital. That's nothing to play with.
Yeah.
So they're expected to recover, but I don't know if you fully recover or if your face and your skin, are you all scarred for life?
Yeah, I would think so.
We did have, and I know you'll get into this, so I'll highlight as far as ICE protests across the nation, Texas, Maine, but there was a candlelight vigil outside Philadelphia City Hall last night, and immigration advocates, faith leaders, supporters. They all came together after that ICE agent fatally shot a man in Maine. We talked about this obviously yesterday, and then a week ago talked about the other deadly ICE shooting in Texas. So they were not talking about the circumstances necessarily where ICE agents, had reportedly, shot in self-defense, or there was a situation where they were trying to stop someone reportedly, and they felt that they were in danger or the community was in danger, that sort of thing. So they weren't addressing that. They were simply saying this must stop. I will, and I know you're going to get into it, so I'll just headline it. The Trump administration telling ICE to suspend most vehicle stops after the latest deadly shootings.
I'm sure the same people that had a candlelight vigil for ICE in Philadelphia were in attendance for the vigil of Billy Schmidt a few weeks ago. Probably the same group of people.
Yeah, it's curious.
Probably.
Who are these individuals?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, it just looks like they're from way out in the burbs.
Yeah. Can you imagine having a candlelight vigil in a different city, in a different state, in honor of somebody that was trying to run over or possibly harm or kill a law enforcement officer? Philadelphia, once again, doing us proud.
Well, I think you said, or Sean said, maybe you both said this yesterday, but think about where this happened. Maine. I know Susan Collins. But come on. I mean, Maine, Texas. It's weird, isn't it?
It is.
This is happening in certain states where the elections are pivotal.
Yes. Where in Texas, by the way? Dallas, Houston, Austin,
Houston.
Yeah, Houston, Texas, and there was a third one a while back, but they're not talking
stupid
about
Astros fans coming out there and protesting too. They're all probably Astros fans. Dumb.
Yep.
That's third place in the AL West. Look, you bunch of morons.
No Texas Ranger fan would ever do that. I agree.
No, we don't do Pride Night. Texas Rangers fans, they're all based. There's no
based. Yes,
there's no problem.
By the way, funny story, real quick. I was in a golf tournament over the weekend, and I played terrible. And a guy that used to listen to me back in the day when I did sports asked me if I was the same. Was that you? And I said, yeah. He goes, I thought so. I follow you. He goes, I didn't realize how based you were. And I go, what do you mean based? He goes, you're a Trump guy. I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, you're based as F. And he dropped the F word. I said, thanks. Guy was like 31 years old. Like, I felt like such an old man. I'm like, what does based mean? I had to look it up. He's based. I guess that just means you're full of common sense. I don't know. Right?
Essentially.
It means you're brilliant.
No, we're definitely not brilliant.
It means you're brilliant. You're a brilliant person. Right?
Just on the
your flip-flops.
Just on the right side of the
Don't
issues.
do it.
That's all.
So I know we'll talk about yesterday. It was a rare sighting with two Supreme Court justices testifying before Congress. And so we'll talk about that, the security of justices. And we will also talk about these cases, thousands now of these cases. It's getting quite concerning, isn't it? With this explosive diarrhea and Taco Bell, saying that they have banned.
I told you that's what this was.
Bro,
I said
you
this
did
a week
call
ago.
it. You called it, brother.
I said this a week ago and said, listen,
crazy.
It's Taco Bell, and they're going to come up with an excuse. There's no. So now you're going to tell me that if you eat Taco Bell and you get diarrhea, you might have a parasite? Or that's just Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, granted, I had Taco Bell the other day. No issue.
You did?
Good. All right.
One Taco Bell from Goldweight, but
I had a bunch of quesadillas. We're good. I didn't even have my normal clean out after that. Usually I have a clean out.
Clean out.
Colonoscopy.
Give me about like 12 hours at the Taco Bell. I am empty.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. I don't know. Maybe the parasite's taking a break.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you dodged a bullet.
Well, they are
something.
They are confirming that now nearly 7,000 cases of cyclosporiasis are confirmed or under investigation. This from the CDC, and this is across the nation. Looks like Michigan health officials, that's sort of ground zero, Michigan, but 31 states, including Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, really across the country. But Taco Bell.
This is cyclorunniasis, right? That's what it's called?
Cyclorunniasis. Well, Don, you had said initially with your initial reporting that it was based off of produce not being cleaned or washed properly.
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
So things like lettuce, onions, fresh produce.
So a lot of the stuff that
they're investigating Taco Bell.
Right. Well, lettuce, tomato.
Are they saying they're using bad lettuce and bad onions and things? But this is, again, not new.
Right.
Now it's just,
right.
If it's a Taco Bell gives you cyclorhiniasis, I get it. But like it always has. And then the thing is now, apparently, if you get this, you have to go you got to get like a really powerful antibiotic or something to treat it because it won't resolve on its own.
Yeah.
Could you just imagine no, that's horrible. That's bad.
This is a great opportunity for Chipotle to capitalize because my daughters love Chipotle, and I do too, actually. I mean, if you're going to go, if you're in the mood for Mexican, not that Chipotle's high end, but it's better than Taco Bell, and you can avoid the runny ass.
That's up for debate. They don't have great They don't have the great quesadilla at the Chipotle. Taco Bell quesadillas are delicious. Also, their nacho fries, which are extremely underrated. But be careful because if they're hot, it will burn the roof of your mouth. Not just burn it, but they'll burn it off.
See, I'm stunned by you. I'm surprised. You're a healthy guy. You're a keto diet guy. Pork chops, broccoli.
Well, not recently. Recently, the keto diet has been put on hold because of other situations that we're dealing with. It's just easier to go get Taco Bell. However, they do say that Taco Bell is the healthiest of all the fast foods. So,
really?
Yeah.
It's a pretty low bar.
I did not know that.
I would imagine it's a pretty low bar, right?
I mean, this is something that I've heard.
Okay.
So this is what I tell myself now to cope.
Well, if you've heard it has to be true.
It's basically my favorite. I like Taco Bell. It's good. And again, for me, there's a secondary utility. What I eat from Taco Bell doesn't stay in me very long. So it's a quick, it's like there's no forever war. If I eat McDonald's, I have a forever war. It's a fight to get everything. Taco Bell, I have it. It's like an in-out operation.
Right.
Done.
Yeah.
See,
and squeaky clean.
Right.
Yeah, to your
now
point.
we got cyclorhiniasis going on, and I'm just hoping I don't get it.
Okay.
So usually this involves summer raspberries, that sort of thing. They think it's more
right here, Dawn. I've got raspberries this morning.
Did you?
Don't eat them. Don't eat them. Don't eat them.
Let's see if I get
He's gonna eat 'em.
I'm going to see if I get cyclorhiniasis right now.
So they're thinking it's more like bagged lettuce, cilantro, basil, green onions.
Oh.
So
all my favorite
fresh
herbs.
produce.
Oh, I love some fresh cilantro.
And wash them.
Wash them.
Yeah.
Make sure you wash them.
Not Kevin Wash.
But I think it's pretty easy to treat. You get you treat it with Bactrim, which is like you said.
I knew it.
What is that? An antibiotic?
Yep.
It's a very strong antibiotic, which also could cause stomach problems as a side effect.
Oh wow.
So we got that going on.
Yeah.
Bactrim is a strong antibiotic, though. I'll tell you.
Really.
You could take Bactrim and like dive into a sewage pool and not get sick. Yeah.
Wow.
Dive into a sewage pool.
One time I had a bad sinus infection and my doctor prescribed me, what was it called? Levofloxacin, which is a very powerful one. So I always like to look up the drugs I'm taking before I take them, just to kind of figure out like what it is, side effects and things. And so I looked it up. So I had a sinus infection.
The worst.
I went to an ear, nose, and throat after having a 3-hour nosebleed. This was years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they were looking at that, and I had a sinus infection at the same time. So he gives me levofloxacin, or Levaquin is the name of it. Levofloxacin is the generic. This thing treats anthrax and the bubonic plague. And I said to him, dude, what do I have? Like, is it a sinus infection or like, do I have the Black Plague?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you looked it up? I'm like, yeah, I looked it up. What? Now he goes, oh, you just have a bad sinus infection. We could treat it. I said, if I take this, I'm basically Superman for like the next week. Like I could roll around in sugar honey iced tea. I could do I could probably visit Chernobyl and come out no problem. He said, don't do that.
Look up the Google.
I said, no. if you have so the plague and anthrax, you know.
Yeah.
So Bactrim is one of these things, it's a strong antibiotic. You take Bactrim, you're basically immune to everything for a little bit.
Right.
Dang.
I'm not a doctor, so don't try
Clean
it.
out your system.
Doctors love when you Google your symptoms. They love when you say that to them.
Yeah, Dr. Google.
Well, and by the way, you go on WebMD, you'll be convinced that you're dying over
Right.
everything. It's always like the last thing.
Yep.
You know, like if you look up like a nosebleed, right? So it's like, if you have a nosebleed lasting more than 20 minutes, you're in danger. Contact medical help immediately. I'm sitting there 3 hours just bleeding. You know, I'm seeing things that aren't there. you know?
Yep.
That's all right. I'm still kicking, right? I'm still here.
So, Mr.
Cyclorhiniasis.
We have a big announcement. It's just, Mr. President, you're being a bit of a tease. Prime time tomorrow night, 9
We're
p.m.
doing it tomorrow. It's going to be great. It should be great.
What's he
It's going to
doing?
be a beautiful announcement. The biggest announcement the world has ever seen. Huge. You're not going to want to miss it. You know, I remember like earlier in this term, he used to say, big announcement coming, and it was about freaking soccer. We're going to have the World Cup. I was like, impeach, get him out. I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for soccer.
He's addressing the nation tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Did he say about what?
He teased election integrity.
He really is just not, he's teasing us. He's not elaborating. So everybody's speculating, which is what he wants.
Yeah, it better be about the Save America Act.
Save America, Iran.
If he starts talking about 2020, I'm turning the TV off.
Iran, maybe
he might talk about 2028 because he has a secret plan. You know, Donna could come out tomorrow. We'll see.
I'd be more intrigued by that.
Ma'am!
You guys didn't hear this, though? He's announcing who's going to get afternoon drive here on WPHT.
There's a better chance that daylight savings time goes away than us getting an afternoon drive host. Yeah, take your time, Odyssey. It's no big deal. You know, every morning's they got to be the Super Bowl. We can go 8 months without an afternoon host. Amazing.
Woo! Well, we are sponsored by, before we get to Phil Almquist and the All-Star Game, I loved all the red carpet stuff. It was so fun. But we are sponsored by City Winery. This summer, Americana legend Lyle Lovett presents Up Close Songs and Stories at City Winery, Philadelphia. It's coming soon, August 4th, 5th, and 6th. Don't miss this rare, intimate performance from the country star. Tickets available at citywinery.com. Lyle Lovett, August 4th, 5th, and 6th. Citywinery.com. Thank you for sponsoring our first edition Kayal and Company News Live. Now, here's Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Don. We will, of course, start with the All-Star Game last night, where Christopher Sanchez gave up 3 runs in the first inning on singles by Cody Bellinger and Ben Rice. Sanchez only pitched the 1 inning. Schwarber, Harper, and Brandon March, to Sean's point, went a combined 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. In fact, the National League only got 3 hits the entire night as the American League won 4-0. After the game, Bryce Harper was actually asked about it.
What was that moment like? You know, everyone's standing out there, the fireworks going off, holding the signs up, stand up for cancer. Just talk about that moment, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, you know, makes our game so great, right? You can put all that stuff aside and kind of just enjoy those moments as fans, as family. Every guy in here is a baseball fan as well, right? So being able to kind of share those moments with each other and the fans as well. I think people saw how great of a community Philly is and how great of a city it is and how they show out. And, you know, it's just, I think it was perfect. You know, they're booing everybody else, they're cheering everybody else. They kind of, it's what Philly is. It's a lot of fun to play here. I love this place. I've said it since day one. You know, I loved coming in here as an opposing player because you kind of understand the madness as well. It's always fun to come into this ballpark and play.
I thought it was pretty amazing. John Smoltz dropped a great stat last night during the broadcast on Fox. Bryce Harper's actually been a Philadelphia Philly now for longer than he was a Washington National.
Yep, that's amazing.
That is wild.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
The regular season does actually resume tomorrow as the Phillies play the Mets here in Philly.
Ooh.
So if the Phillies lose that game, they should all be fired. All of them.
I'll tell you.
The Mets are terrible.
Yeah. Zach Wheeler doesn't make the All-Star game. Snubbed. Schwarber runs into a buzzsaw in Jordan Walker of St. Louis during the Derby. And the Phillies go, what'd you say, Phil?
0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts, at least in Schwarber, Harper, and Brandon Marsh.
Other than that, it was a great All-Star week.
Like you said, Nick, the game was over the first inning.
Yeah. Well, we'll forget about it.
Choked away the home run derby, choked it out.
By the way, one last gripe about baseball. Mike Trout was obviously interviewed again last night with his love for Philadelphia because he's in Millville, New Jersey, which is like 45 miles from Philly. Can we stop with the Mike Trout Philadelphia Philly narrative? Dude, that guy's 34 years old. He's played for a crappy Angels team forever. If he wanted to be a Philadelphia Philly, he would have been one by now.
That's correct.
He doesn't want to come here.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. He's cool living in anonymity in Anaheim.
Yeah, there's no question.
If he walked into a Starbucks in Anaheim, nobody would know who he is.
That's absolutely true.
But if you're Zach Wheeler, can I just ask you guys?
Guy.
Good.
If you're Zach Wheeler, don't you look really good? right now?
Sure.
Oh, you
got
look
the,
great.
You got the rest up.
Absolutely, you look great.
Absolutely.
He didn't participate in that Sugar Honey Iced Tea show last night.
No.
So, yeah.
That's correct.
Yep.
He's probably like, who wouldn't have let them score 4 runs? Me.
Me.
Yeah.
Me.
Moving on to basketball, league sources have actually said that Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and Jaylen Brown have all been in contact with, yes, LeBron James. No decision has been made or is imminent, but the Sixers, of course, do remain one of the leading candidates. Do you want LeBron here, Nick?
I mean, from a media standpoint, it would be
It'd be unbelievable.
It'd be
From a media
amazing.
standpoint, for sure.
But I actually think they might be better off without him. Too many mouths to feed if he's here. Him, Embiid, Maxey, Brown.
I mean, I've seen what the Sixers could actually offer him, and it's not much. So he's got to take a lot less. Than
He said he would.
in LA,
He said he would play for the minimum.
I know. So we'll see if he actually does.
Right.
We'll see. Moving on to the World Cup, Spain defeated France 2-0 to advance to the final. It's their second trip to the championship. They'll face the winner of England and Argentina. That game is today. In golf, tomorrow the Open begins at Royal Birkdale. Of course, I know, Nick, you'll be interested in that.
Oh, I love it.
Scotty Scheffler is the defending champions. And by the way, since you guys talked about Santa getting booed, that happened on December 15th, 1968, the last week of the regular season. The Birds were 2-11 that day.
Wow, almost 60 years
It's
ago.
not Santa's fault, by the way. It's not Santa's fault, but they thought it was Santa's fault that they were that bad.
They also lost to Minnesota to go 2-12 on the year.
Wow, 2-12. Wow. Yeah, there you go. All right, Philly weather, currently 78 degrees, going up to 101 today. It'll feel even hotter than that. Thursday, we hit 97. Cooling off a little bit on Friday, 89 and sunny, but then the big cool off because of the storms on Saturday. We drop down to 78, but then it'll be beautiful and sunny on Sunday with a high of 86. We'll come back, get to a midweek big take. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Lenseek.
Eggs have been on a wild ride lately, with bird flu outbreaks sending prices up and down. But no matter the cost, they remain a top protein source packed with essential nutrients. Experts with the UC Berkeley Wellness Letter say if you're generally healthy, an egg a day won't hurt your heart. Just remember to check the sell-by dates, keep them refrigerated to prevent bacteria, and always cook them thoroughly. I'm Margie Schaefer.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to Lenseek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Lenseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Happy Wednesday, Kayal and Company, as we get it going on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this week. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Ton of great stories, including just how low is confidence amongst American citizens in all of our U.S. institutions. We'll give you those details coming up shortly. A couple of fun stories in the 7 o'clock hour and a whole lot more. But right now, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to a Wednesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, pockets and protection. Donald Trump was elected president of the United States for a second term because of two issues, the economy and the border. And yesterday, both were front and center. There was the good, and then there was the policy pivot that I disagree with. Let's dive right in on both. Economically, we're back on track and heading in the right direction. That, of course, could change depending on what plays out in the Middle East. But for June, it was a stunning reversal. Trump once again nails it as all of the experts swung and missed. A lot like the National League All-Stars last night. 67 to be exact. First up, the latest Money Matters, courtesy of CNBC. Listen and watch.
Here we go. This is our June release of the Consumer Price Index, expecting a headline number to be negative 0.1%. This is 4 times more negative, minus 0.4%. That would be the biggest negative drop that we've seen since 4/20, since basically COVID timing, which really affected, of course, all of the inflation data points. So that goes back, basically 6-year low. And if we look at the CPI month over month on the core, also under expectations, comes in at goose egg, 0. 0 would be the smallest amount. It would equal Jan of 21. To find a smaller change or a more negative change or minus 0.1%, that's May of 2020. And if we look at the year-over-year numbers, year-over-year headline, 3.5, 0.3 less than expected, much less than the 4.2 in the rearview mirror. That would be the lightest since March of this year when it was 3.3. Year-over-year core, 2.6. 0.2 less than expectations, 0.3 less than the rearview mirror. 2.6 equals March. 2.5 brings you to February of this year.
Look, are we where we need to be? No. Can we get back to where we were in 2025, pre-Middle East conflict? Yes. Hopefully it's by October because we know what looms in November. But one truth that needs to be reiterated, inflation is baked in. Biden's 9.1% will never be erased. It doesn't matter if Trump comes in at 3.5%, 2.5%, 1.9%. What you paid for items pre-COVID in 2018 or 2019 will never come back. That's a cold, hard fact of financial life. And you don't need to be an expert to understand that. In fact, the experts, they're always wrong. 67 of them, in fact, whiffed on their economic projections for June for President Trump. Kevin Hassett, the White House National Economic Council director, had a lot to say yesterday on Fox News. Listen and watch.
It's sure, energy prices have come down a lot, but everything else is going down too. And I think that's why, if you look at Bloomberg, they surveyed 67 economists, and 67 economists got it wrong because they didn't understand that it wasn't just about energy. It's about all these other things that President Trump is doing to cut costs.
Big thing Americans obviously care about are gas prices, especially during the summertime. If we can pull up this AAA chart showing gas prices. Right now, they're down from what they were about a month ago, but they're still significantly higher than they were this time 1 year ago. Obviously, the war in Iran is throwing a wrench into this. As long as that conflict is going on, should Americans expect these prices to just basically keep seesawing?
Well, I think that one of the ways you should think about it is that the oil prices were up almost at $150 a barrel at the peak of the conflict, and now they're low 80s today, and they were in the 60s and 70s just a week ago. So what happens is they take the oil, they move it to the refinery, and then they turn it into gasoline. So there's a whole bunch of gasoline deflation on the way. And even with the renewed conflict, if you look at what oil prices are today, they're about half of what they were in the peak.
Now, with the economy, we focus in on the truth. I want to show you what the socialists of America promise compared to what they actually give you. And then, speaking of truth, an unbelievable comment from a CNBC guest on the media's manipulation of how they present Donald Trump to Americans compared to what he actually is. But first, a headline from the New York Post. NYC housing crisis hits DEFCON 1 as rents jump to more all-time highs. They write, the city's housing crisis has hit DEFCON 1, with average rent for a one-bedroom in Manhattan hitting an all-time high of nearly $5,500 last month. And Brooklyn following suit, according to new data and critics. Quote, we need bold action. This is a crisis. New York City Controller Mark Levin posted on X over the weekend, along with a link to the latest figures from the Inhabit blog by real estate giant Corcoran Group. The dismal June stats reveal that renters paid an average of $5,408 for a one-bedroom in Manhattan, with studio prices not far behind at $4,014. In Brooklyn, the average one-bedroom costs $42.97 a month. Remember when Mamdani ran on affordable housing? Newsflash, it's going to get worse. Mark Teixeira, former Major League Baseball player, played first base for Sean Farish's Texas Rangers, as well as the New York Yankees. He's now a politician in Texas. He's a Republican. He posted the following on X. Quote, Dems get elected, enact policies that drive up the cost of living, run campaigns on making life, quote, more affordable, get reelected, and keep enacting policies that drive up the cost of living. It's a vicious cycle, but voters can make it stop. He's 100% correct. And he cites a column from Fox News. Headline, Democrats' affordability scam collapses in states they actually run. Democrat-run cities and states are, with few exceptions, the most expensive in the nation. Quote, this is a fact. Democrat-run cities and states are, with few exceptions, the most expensive to live in the nation. The reasons include pro-labor rules that drive up wages and costs, regulatory overreach that creates hurdles and delays, energy policies that inflate electricity and gasoline bills, and reckless spending, which leads to high taxes. High taxes, another Democrat specialty, inflate the price of everything as they are passed along to the consumer. And to prove her point, she cites the CNBC rankings we discussed yesterday on the show with state migration and which states are actually seeing an influx of people and are either pro-business or not business-friendly at all. And I mentioned the media and truth about Donald Trump. Let's go back to CNBC for a moment. Here was Chamath Palihapitiya, say that 10 times fast. He's an American-Canadian, Sri Lanka venture capitalist and an economic genius. This is what he said during the rollout of the new economic data for Trump, America, in the month of June. Listen and watch.
The reality is that most of us were lied to by the media about President Trump. And if you just go back to the source material, you should take away two things. One, he didn't say half the things he said. And two, why did these other people just fabricate what they wanted to say so that they could essentially assassinate his character? I think that that second thing is completely unacceptable in America. And there's still been no repercussions, really. I took the time to learn about it. I admitted where, the way that I met him was I admitted on the pod, which, has millions of viewers, and I said, I got it totally wrong. Because I went and I watched Charlottesville, and the first person to call me?
Who was it?
President Trump. And I got to know him, and I put the phone down, I called my wife, and I said, we got it totally, totally wrong. We were lied to. And then I got to know him, and he is fantastic.
That was profits and your pockets. Now let's get to the back half of the big take, your protection. In the fallout from the Maine ICE shooting, we had breaking news yesterday, and I disagree with this approach. Listen and watch.
And we're also keeping a close eye on what's happening in Biddeford, Maine. There are growing protests in the street after the second deadly shooting by ICE in a week. Now, a change from the top, ICE pausing most traffic stops as a method of apprehension for now, until agents get increased training on these kinds of stops. According to sources, we're going to dig into exactly what's going on around that today. Homeland Security saying that the officer who opened fire in Maine yesterday was, this is a quote from them, fearing for public safety. We know that there are investigations that are underway right now into exactly what happened. Now, DHS says that last week's deadly shooting in Texas was self-defense after a driver rammed an ICE vehicle with his van. The three passengers say that the officer was not in front of the van. So there is a lot of camera.
You guys know that I am very stubborn when it comes to ICE, so you should not be surprised that I'm not happy with this pivot by Mark Wayne Mullen, Tom Homan, DHS, and ICE. And to encapsulate how I feel, I want to quote Tommy Lahren, female weekend host on the Big Weekend show on Fox News. I think it airs on Saturdays and Sundays from 5 to 8 p.m., and she co-anchors that show with the great veteran Joey Jones. And she posted this yesterday on X, and I agree with every single syllable. Quote, so long as DHS and its leadership continue to tailor policies around favorable lib media coverage, the 77 million of us who voted for mass deportations will be sold out. DHS leadership seems to care more about getting good PR, which they will never get regardless, than honoring their duty and mandate to deport millions of illegals. Vote for Republicans and get Democrats anyway, she says, end quote. Boom. 100% how I feel. To quote Denzel Washington in Remember the Titans, you're overcooking my grits, coach. That's what I would tell Mark Wayne Mullen, Tom Homan, and Trump today. Politically, you might be able to argue it's the correct move from the perspective of the midterms coming, I guess, on the surface, from a 30,000-foot view. But I demand protection. Americans need to be protected, as do law enforcement agents in these situations. And what training are we talking about? What do you practice? Getting blasted by moving vehicles from these scumbags that try to kill you because they don't want to be detained or deported? Republican Senator Susan Collins tweeting this yesterday, quote, while the investigation of the Biddeford shooting is not yet complete, it raises sufficient critical questions that I spoke with DHS Secretary Mullen last night about and urged him to cease all non-urgent vehicle stops. And then this report from Bill Maloogian of Fox, quote, Senator Susan Collins tells me, quote, there's no doubt that ICE needs to improve its performance, but those who are calling for ICE to be abolished are ignoring absolutely vital safety work that ICE does. Susan Collins, I disagree with you as well. I'm rooting for Susan Collins primarily because we need Republicans to keep the Senate, not because I'm a fan of Susan Collins. And that being said, with all due respect, Senator Collins, you're wrong. I'm calling for a hard line drawn right in the middle of the sand. You don't bend the knee to these crazies because it's the crazies that got us into this invasion of illegal aliens. And I think it's common sense that will get us out of this mess. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Bucks County Estate Traders presents The Big Take, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip. Browse over 16,000 pieces. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On X at 1210 WPHT. and, of course, the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Let your comments rip. Hit the like and subscribe buttons there. All right, let's get your thoughts. Dawn, the positive with the economy, and your thoughts on this latest temporary pivot with ICE.
Number one, I'm so glad that you started out the morning by talking about the economy. We talked about it when that news broke mid-morning, but for those of you who wake up early and get going on your day, this Nick's big take, in my opinion, is probably one of the few times you're going to hear about all that good news. Because what's everybody talking about? They're talking about ICE in Maine and Texas and all of these staged, different vigils like here in Philadelphia. And they're also talking about Iran and Iraq, et cetera, the Middle East. And nobody, look at this morning's headlines. You don't see what you just talked about this morning. And so that's not a good thing, number one. Number two, I think that what we learned from when Tom Homan took the reins after the Minneapolis situation, the entire Minneapolis situation, Kristi Noem was out. Tom Homan came into Minneapolis, said, I work with everybody. And all of a sudden, poof, Minneapolis, remember that went out of the headlines.
Yep, gone.
They were dominating the headlines every single day, activating all of these different people. And we talked about this in news as far as people are traveling. It's like their social club or something. They travel across the country. They go to these they get all activated and they get all excited. So they went to Maine. They were here in Philadelphia and cities across America. And this was a rally call to fire everybody up. And so I think for Texas, Maine, Pennsylvania, across the country, I think what Homan, his strategy with Mark Wayne Mullen is, let's just mitigate this. Let's just calm everything down. We'll just take the heat off, so to speak. And then as well, you do have that, GOP Senator Susan Collins. We're hearing from her. And I'm sure that, and she she had said she would vote for the Save America Act. She was on board with all of that. So I think what they're trying to do is just lower the heat on this thing, get it out of the headlines, and genuinely, they are investigating the situation because right as of this minute in the Maine situation, as I said yesterday, number one, the person who was shot and killed, it looks like he had some sort of visa that he was not an illegal. He was not the target. So the second question then becomes, okay, was he giving that law enforcement officer, any law enforcement officer, reason to believe that there was a danger?
Right.
And that's, like I said yesterday, that's any of us. It doesn't matter whether your citizenship does not matter in that moment. Law enforcement, they are justified if somebody is ramming law enforcement or a danger to society. Generally speaking, that's justified, but that'll get investigated. I just think they're trying to calm things down, cool things off.
Sean, you always have strong stances on illegal immigration and the border and deportations. Do you like this move? Do you disagree with it? Is it necessary? What do you think?
Well, at face value, I don't like it because I feel like it is, in a way, giving in. But on the other side of things, you do need to turn the temperature down. You can't afford to have another Minneapolis start to happen. So it's like, what is the fine line? If Dawn's strategy is what they're trying to employ here, which is get it out of the headlines, and then once it's out of the headlines, under the hood and behind the scenes, reauthorize ICE to do vehicle stops, with emails and things that circulate there instead of public statements. You may have a lot of people believing they're not doing vehicle stops when they actually are, and they're just not, being public about it. So, because we heard after Minneapolis, mass deportations aren't happening. Meanwhile, I think last month there was the most amount of deportations that have ever been carried out by the agency,
right?
By ICE. So, but they're just not. It's not public facing because they know that PR wise, it isn't going to be covered fairly by the media. Nothing ICE does. ICE could cure cancer, and the media would have a problem with it, right? So I kind of understand where they're coming at it politically and strategically ahead of the midterms, but I don't love the way it looks, nor do I love the way it feels, because it does look like you're temporarily ceding ground. Can you get that ground back, and can you make up for lost time in a couple weeks when this is out of the headlines and this isn't carrying on and this isn't turning into a circus the way Minneapolis did? I don't know. But like I said yesterday, like Dawn pointed out this morning, Texas, Maine, these are 2 Senate seats. You've got the midterms. We know that the best way for the left to get their people activated, excited, and engaged is the anti-ICE riot. It's been used in Los Angeles. It's been used in Minneapolis. It's been used in Texas. It's been used in Maine. It's been used in New Jersey. That's what gets people out, and they know that. So whether or not, I'm not going out there saying the shooting was staged. What I'm saying is the Democrats continue to pour a bunch of explosive ingredients together, hoping it goes off and it combusts. And when it does, they're ready to capitalize on it.
Right.
And that's what we've seen in several states, several times throughout Trump's second term.
So, the thing is, especially when you look at Iran, I say you can't negotiate with crazy, right? Terrorists, correct, radicals, they're never going to see it your way because they're driven by something more than money or land or oil. It's a religious fanaticism, warped ideology. Not to call the far left terrorists, but it's kind of the same school of thought here. You can't negotiate with crazies on the far left when it comes to illegal aliens because they lose their mind. So I get it. I guess from a PR standpoint, you can come out and say, well, we're going to temporarily suspend the vehicle stops unless they're, of complete urgency. What that means, I'm not really sure. I think they're all urgent, especially if they're a dangerous illegal alien as far as a track record versus somebody who's just here illegally, which again is a misdemeanor or a felony in its own right if you've done it twice. So I guess my question would be, what is the strategic pivot then? Because if you continue to do these in broad daylight with all the technology, and I would like to think that body cameras and stuff like that ultimately exonerate.
They weren't wearing body cameras.
I know. And that's a shame because I think we would be able to see the firsthand perspective of what those agents were dealing with. I mean, what do you do? Do you do them in the middle of the night? Remember, the Biden administration were flying people to Logan International in Boston in the middle of the night in a rogue, clandestine kind of way to avoid detection. So do you have to take that approach if you're Mark Wayne Mullen and Tom Homan so that you don't have these people going nuts in the streets? Do it when nobody's around, or do you just...
No, they'll be nuts no matter what.
Yeah.
They'll be nuts no matter what.
Yeah.
This was 7.
They'll get wind of something going on and they'll show up.
Yeah. Dawn, you were going to say?
It was 7:00 in the morning.
Right.
And so this particular Colombian national person who looks like he had done things properly, if you believe the reports that are out there, although we'll get it all, it'll all come out, but they're saying that he had a work permit and that he had done everything properly, had the proper paperwork, visa, etc. So he apparently got in his vehicle though, and they say he fled that area.
Yeah.
We saw the video.
Right.
So in that one, they'll investigate. I also think that the fact that, Republican Maine Senator Susan Collins, she had spoken out last night. She put out on social media that she personally had a conversation with DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen last night and urged him, please cease all these non-urgent vehicle stops. So it gives her a win in a tough election. And
so what do you do?
As well, to just say, look, we're reasonable.
Do you wait? So non-urgent vehicle. Obviously, the vehicle is interesting because the vehicle has been used as a deadly weapon. So when you're looking for one of these guys, what do? You wait till they get out and walk into McDonald's? And the whole, this guy had a visa. Okay, wrong, mistaken identity. And I guess had a justification to be here still or to be here, period. That's fine. Well, then let me ask this question. Why would you try to flee? Why would you try to use your vehicle as a deadly weapon? If an APB went out later today in Montgomery County, we're looking for a 5'9" bald guy with a beard, kind of fat. And the cops pulled me over on DeKalb Pike, thinking I fit the description of the suspect. If I know I'm not the one that they're looking for a heinous act, I'm probably not fleeing. I'm providing my documents. And then the officers are going to say, all right, Mr. Kayal, we've got a mistaken identity. You're free to go. And I'm probably not using my truck to run over Plymouth Township police officers.
Yeah.
I try to sit there and okay, how does the left justify what occurred? And I can't arrive at a logical conclusion why anybody would defend these guys.
There's no reason to defend them. I think, again, the biggest problem here is you mentioned you can't negotiate with crazy, and that it looks like what the administration is trying to do. So I don't love it, but I think I understand the strategy that they're trying to employ. We'll see if it works.
All right, 855-839-1210. We will come back, kick off hour number 2. Americans' confidence in their institutions is at a historic low. The details on the other side. Dick, Dawn, and Sean, 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
And we got to talk about your Ashley Furniture forecast. National Weather Service issuing an extreme heat forecast, 78 degrees right now, with the National Weather Service issuing this forecast saying the heat warnings begin 10 o'clock this morning, and that will continue through 8 o'clock this evening with what the experts are describing as dangerously hot conditions, with the heat index values up to 107 degrees expected. So that is for in our region. This is Delaware, specifically Newcastle County, most of South Jersey, except, of course, if you're on the beach, right, with an ocean breeze, lucky you, but also Pennsylvania. Which counties in Pennsylvania specifically? Delaware, Eastern Montgomery, Lower Bucks, and Philadelphia counties. That's where it will be the worst in the Philadelphia region, the suburbs in Philadelphia. In some areas, it'll feel like it's more than 110 degrees. And on top of that, the kicker here is that we have these real poor air quality alerts. Part of that because of pollution and the way the heat traps that into the air that we breathe, but as well because of those Canada wildfires. So please be safe. This Ashley Furniture forecast, Ashley's Black Friday and July sale, it's here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax. They'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no interest financing Black Friday sale in July, only by Ashley. So have you looked at your rooftop lately? If not, don't wait until this fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues, believe me, can quickly become expensive repairs. So right now, the perfect time to protect your home, save big time. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding offering 25% off a brand new roof just for you. And here's why I've trusted Chapman for more than a decade now, or one of the many reasons. They're great people, a local company, great family owned and operated company, but they are GAF certified plus contractor. What does that mean? They can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies just simply cannot. So if you're thinking about replacing your roof, right now the perfect time. Beat the fall rush, lock in those savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons do change. Call my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Do it today. Schedule your free consultation. Put it on the calendar. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You all know my respect for first responders, and I hope you will once again join all of us in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up Sunday, July 26th. There's plenty of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, 30 miles from Hamilton, or 10 miles from Galloway. Family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel upon completing the ride, and you can register to ride with me and Team 1210. Whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause, visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with code NICK1210, they will take $25 off the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey support law enforcement. Bend to Shore, organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders, fostering positive relationships between police and children, and provides mental and emotional well-being resources to all of our beloved first responders.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care, and you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the fifth seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 7:10. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's a Tuesday morning, hour number 2. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A very big day is coming up this morning, 9 o'clock. Todd Blanche, confirmation hearing today for the Attorney General position to officially have that label as he took over for Pam Bondi. Also, Donald Trump in Pennsylvania later today at 3:15, speaking on behalf of a defense summit. So I'm sure we will have all of that for you later today and tomorrow. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I want to get people's thoughts on this. Fascinating polling number. And it hit rock bottom in 2023. And rightfully so, with the previous administration and everything that we dealt with, from COVID to, censorship and deplatforming and mandates and things like that, weaponized government. But Gallup put out a new poll and a new story, and Phil, you can throw up the graphic on YouTube, where Americans' confidence in U.S. institutions remains historically low, as reflected in their average view of 14 different institutions measured each year since 1993. And currently, 27% of Americans, only 27%, just over a quarter, express either a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in these core institutions, which is only 1 percentage point above the record low average from 3 years ago in 2023. And you can see the graphic right there, 1981 down to 1991, then back up higher in 2001, and then it bottomed out in 2011, and it kind of stayed flat for about a decade, and then we crashed and we burned. And you might say, well, what institutions are we talking about here? So according to Gallup, here's the 14 institutions they look at and they poll people on. The church or organized religion, the military, the Supreme Court, banks, public schools, newspapers, we could just call that media in general if you'd like, Congress, organized labor, big business, television news, the presidency, the police, the medical system, we'll call that healthcare if you'd like, and the criminal justice system. And I find this interesting. And Sean, I'm curious your thoughts because you experienced a lot of this living in New York. One of the reasons why you left New York and you started to get into politics in the pre-Trump era, before 2016, but then certainly Trump-Hillary, and, you've been swatted. A lot of us were censored on social media for questioning the efficacy of masks and vaccines, doubting the outcome of the 2020 election. And I think, and I'm going to come to Dawn second, but Dawn, you always talk about how COVID, and we're still coming out of everything that COVID created and caused. But for me, Farish, we're almost 2 years into a Trump presidency, Biden, Harris on the back burner, and Americans are still basically saying, 3 out of 4 of us are like, I don't really trust anybody. And I don't think they're wrong. And I think there's a difference in dependency and relying on government, big, and insert whatever you want, big pharma, big tech, big media, you name it, big food, big ag, versus wanting just your basics. Like, as a small, limited government guy, or for a libertarian out there, you just want your basic necessities and you want to be left alone. And I think what we saw in the Biden administration and with COVID and with the 2020 election and with January 6th and the media, I think it's going to take a long, long time for these numbers to go up. And I don't think we will ever, much like with inflation, we're never going back to 2018 pricing. I don't think we're ever going to see the numbers. And Phil, if you can, real quick, just throw that graphic back in there. You're never going to see those numbers again like you saw in 1981 or 1991. Maybe at best 2011. But Ferris, your thoughts on this? Because I don't trust anybody or anything. I'm not 100% conspiracy theory every time. But you know what? I want to do my due diligence on anything that somebody super wealthy and powerful tells me. Because you know what? Whatever trust I did have 6 years ago, that was shattered.
Well, a question becomes here, when it comes to trust in institutions, why should people trust institutions? Like, what do people have? You know what I mean? Especially over the last, let's say 6 years. So let's go COVID. Like, why should I trust what the CDC tells me? Should I trust them because what they're telling me is scary, and if I don't trust them, I could get hurt? But they said the same thing during COVID. And so do you see like the thought process that we have to deal with here? Right now, I'm not saying that I immediately believe everything that I'm being told is false, nor do I immediately believe everything that I'm being told is true. I think it's a good thing, though, that most Americans don't trust these institutions. And you say, well, what do you mean? That could cause chaos. Well, distrust or skepticism is different than not believing, or in other words, declaring the opposite all the time, right? So if the CDC says there's a dangerous new virus, you can do your own research and you can kind of, use the sources that you've, in your personal experience, anecdotally have found to be trustworthy sources, and learn about these things and make your decisions and live your life the way you want based off of the inputs, right? So you read up on whatever it is. If it's cyclorhiniasis and the CDC is telling you it's life-threatening and you got to stay home, but you look online and you say, well, it's not life-threatening. It's, if you get treatment, you can clear it up. Bactrim will fix it. You get on an antibiotic, course of care, and you're good to go right afterwards, and everything stops. COVID, they tell you, you're going to kill grandma if you leave the house, but you weren't actually going to kill grandma if you're going to leave the mask. Masks worked, but they didn't work. The vaccine was effective, but everyone who was getting the vaccine was still getting sick, or a large number. They weren't breakthrough cases. So it's like, it's one of those things where the government's going to tell you something, and then you take that information and you try and independently verify it, or to the best of your ability, kind of confirm through your channels if whether or not what you're being told is true. And I think that's fine. That's the way you should be trusting government. What's happening now is this polarization where people have gone way too far to the extreme. Either they believe everything and government is infallible, or they believe nothing and everything government says is fake, even if they tell you water is wet, right? And so like that's where the problem lies. And the truth is somewhere in the middle. Again, I'm not the biggest. I don't want government all over the place. I don't want them in my life. Everything they tell me, doesn't matter who it is. I go, all right, well, maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. Just for example, Iran, right? How many times over the last, since April 7th, that we heard there's a deal. Is there a deal? No, there's not. There's not like that's just, we're bombing them again. There is no deal. Okay. And a lot of us I've been saying since the 2-week ceasefire that lasted 3 months, you can't negotiate with these people. You got to find another way, or you may have to keep softening them up militarily. And it's like, well, don't you want to, we got a lower gas price. And again, you could see the positives and the negatives of each approach. But I think when it comes to trust in institutions, what people don't have a reason to trust these institutions. They have spent us into trillions of dollars of debt. You're talking about healthcare. Healthcare is supposed to be affordable. The government literally called it the Affordable Care Act. There's no, healthcare is not affordable. Okay. You look at the border was treated by Biden and Harris not as an actual border, but as a suggestion of where our country begins and ends, right? And even Lindsey Graham, as a friend of mine sent me a post. Lindsey Graham, this is a quote from Lindsey Graham, the late Lindsey Graham now, unfortunately, says, when I was first elected to the House, he recalled, I looked for the they who run things, they who know how things really work, they who know what they are doing, but I couldn't find the they. After that, he went on, I went to the Senate, but there was still no they. And then I started to get invited to the White House and to closed-door briefings and to meetings with top officials. No they. What I finally realized, he concluded, is that there is no they. There is only we, and we usually don't know what the F we're doing. That's from Lindsey Graham, admitting the government has no bleeping clue what they're doing, how to solve our problems, and our problems aren't being solved as a result. What is my fix? Well, my fix is to continue to push and elect limited government conservatives, right? More liberty, less government, shrink the size of the federal government, shrink the size of the federal workforce. Don't be reliant on a bunch of people who are admitting they don't know what the hell they're doing. Be reliant on your skills, learn a skill, learn a trade, build something for yourself independent of the government, then you won't need them. Then you won't have to worry about what they're up to a certain extent. Taxes, all those other things you will have to worry about. But I think it's a good thing that Americans don't trust institutions, because the socialists want Americans to be completely dependent on government-run institutions. And if a majority of Americans are not trustful of these institutions, then their plan is going to fail before it even is implemented, in my opinion. So I don't necessarily think this is a bad thing. I want Americans to be independent of their government and not be totally reliant and hypnotized by everything they say. Remain healthy. It's got to be healthy skepticism. You know what's unhealthy skepticism? Government derangement syndrome, right? Like everything is fake. So if government tells you that water is wet, you can't be like, well, I wonder if the official narrative is that water is wet. You know, is that an Israeli psyop? Is that some sort of distraction from some clandestine meeting under a bridge with people wearing moose hats, chanting in circles, drinking adrenochrome? Like, this is where we get kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
You know, so this is, I think it's a healthy skepticism is good. It becomes unhealthy when you start to, base your behaviors completely and totally off of what they're saying, either in the 100% affirmative or the 100% in the other direction, where you're so distrustful of government that even when they tell you something that makes sense, you're like, well, if government says it, it can't be true. That's where you start to get a problem too.
Dawn, I'm curious your thoughts, and I just want to tee you up on two of these 14 institutions. Public schools, obviously you and I, simpatico on the whole school choice failure and lack thereof in Pennsylvania. Yep. And then, of course, the medical system. You just had a little bit of an issue, I don't know, a month or two ago. You decided to seek a different option, and it worked out for you as opposed to what the doctor had suggested or recommended. Do you have any faith right now or any confidence in any of these institutions right now?
I do. I'm a skeptic, and I just always look at, I look at everything and examine it. But I would say that the consequences of this broken trust, and that's what I would rewrite. I'm always rewriting. So it's not low confidence, it's broken trust. During COVID, our government, and in particular Democrats, and certain individuals who are very politically motivated, let's say, even if they're a lawmaker or let's say certain teachers union leadership, not teachers, but they broke our trust. And then on top of it, look at this. So when you have broken trust in institutions, then you have broken families, right? All these broken promises. When I look at it as well, look at the fact that education and maybe teachers, especially the higher level teachers, meaning professors at higher level institutions, colleges, have also done a good job, unfortunately, and maybe this is our fault too, but think about our broken trust in faith in God, faith in family, the broken family. So when you put it all together, then who is there? It's kind of like when your relationship breaks up and then there's the rebound. The rebound, I look at like for women, you remember the rebound guy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I was the rebound guy.
So think about it. Who is the rebound guy? It's a Mom Donnie. It's a socialist. It's a communist who says, "Oh, come here, baby. I've got you.
Right.
Don't worry.
Right.
I'm going to take care of you."
Yep.
And that's what we have to worry about.
Yep. No, you're right. And when you look at all of these different alphabet agencies, some here domestically, some foreignly, I mean, don't forget the World Economic Forum, the WEF. You will own nothing and like it. The World Health Organization, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. The American Federation of Teachers, the AFT. And Dawn, you just mentioned a very good point. I'm not trying to slander all teachers. I just don't like the teachers union. Yep. I'm not trying to obliterate and crush all doctors. I think most do adhere to a Hippocratic oath. But when I found out that doctors were incentivized to give a COVID shot and were given, I guess what you would call in the retail world, a spiff, a sales incentive, and they're getting $50 per COVID shot from Big Pharma, then I sit there and I say, well, you know what? Okay, you're a doctor. You make good money, $50, but now do 50 times 2,000 patients. And all of a sudden you might understand why the doctor has been financially incentivized and motivated to give a bunch of people in their 30s a COVID shot that they probably don't need if they don't have diabetes, if they're not obese, if they're young, healthy, and in the prime of their life. And then, of course, the media. we could do a full week of shows on the media alone, newspaper, television, news. Again, it's anything that is profit driven is obviously going to be biased. But I would say right now, if I'm looking at these institutions, and we can go with confidence, we can go with distrust, like Dawn said. I mean, I still trust the church. I'm religious. I don't attend church on a weekly or monthly basis anymore. I should, but I still trust the church. The military, I have confidence in the military. Do I question motives for involvement and engagement in war? Certainly. The U.S. Supreme Court, I disagree with the liberal justices that always rule against conservatives. But for the most part, I think, by and large, the Supreme Court does a decent job. Banks, no real thoughts. Public schools, certainly indoctrination. Newspapers, sad to see they're dying, but left-wing rags. You go out of business. I get it. Congress, we just talked about this earlier, Sean. I mean, right now, if you were to evaluate Mike Johnson and John Thune, you could say what you want about both individuals, but no, I don't think there's a single Trump supporter for certain that would say Mike Johnson is anywhere near John Thune. Mike Johnson is at least getting things done. Where it goes, once it goes to the Senate, again, I've said this for about 6 weeks on this show now, John Thune should be public enemy number one to MAGA. Right?
He is. He is public enemy number one to MAGA right now.
But like, I don't think enough people are talking about it, though, right?
There's a ton. I think there's a ton of people speaking about, but there's only so much you can do with a guy like Thune, who's a senator, entrenched, 6-year terms. You know, Johnson and these guys in the House have a little bit more pressure because once you get elected, you're already campaigning again.
Yep.
But I will say this, right? As much crap as I've given Johnson for appearing maybe weak or, because he's not a confrontational guy. He has a way about himself where he's Southern, he can kind of kill you with kindness a little bit. He, like you mentioned, Nick, he gets things done. He's not a dumb person.
No.
I think back to the big, beautiful bill. And they had to, clear a couple hurdles before they went to that full vote. And then Hakeem Jeffries spoke for like 9 hours or whatever it was, which was the craziest thing in the world. He was talking so slow just to break the record so he could say he did it. But I remember Mike Johnson that night when they had to get through that like test hurdle, that first procedural vote, one of them, and there were like 15 holdouts. He left the vote open all night and said, you're all going to come around. At some point, you'll come around. And one by one, those Republican representatives showed up until enough voted the right way, and that bill started to move forward. And I looked at that and I said, at least this guy knows how to play the game. At least this guy knows how to get his caucus with a very thin majority in line to get that important piece of legislation with, yes, had pork and a lot of spending, and I don't love that, but you understand when you have a very thin majority, everyone gets to take, and it means everybody's got to give, and you're going to wind up with bloat. That's exact. And I'd said that before we even knew what the bill was going to be. I was saying in 25, hey, if you're expecting the big, beautiful bill to be perfect and not to have a bunch of, with a thin majority, that's impossible because everyone's vote means more. Bottom line is with Johnson, he's able to get legislation over the finish line. Time and time again, he's able to do it somehow. And I give him credit for that, right? He's shrewd, almost. He's not like Nancy Pelosi, that he's not as effective, but he played that game under the big, beautiful bill, where he had his caucus. They were giving him problems. And he said, look, you're all going to come around at some point. When that is up to you, but we're leaving this bad boy open all night, and you'll eventually come in. You'll eventually get in line. And it's exactly what happened. So I give credit to Johnson. And Thune, on the other hand, can't get his caucus in line.
Nope.
He can't get his caucus in line. He can't get them to prioritize the Save America Act. He can't get them to think about the talking filibuster. He can't get them to think about nuking the filibuster. And whether it's intentional or it's incompetence, is a problem. He's not the problem, but he is a problem in the Senate. And that is what weakness looks like. But he's not up until 2028, right? So you're going to deal with what? You're going to remove him. Now you're going to deal with chaos in the Senate. What's the deal, right? There's going to be a lot. So you got to kind of take what you can get with John Thune, but I believe he is an enemy. Intentionally, maybe not.
Yep.
But he's a problem. And that's been acknowledged. And I don't know what dwelling on that does for us now ahead of the midterms, because that's not, we got to make sure that we're taking out as much of our, or using as much of our energy on fighting these communists and exposing it, so that moderates and independents feel like they have to vote Republican in November. And going after Thune, while it is absolutely warranted, may not be enough, so we go after our Senate majority leader, but then we're looking to tell moderates and independents to vote for Republican Senate candidates, right? That kind of clashes. But if we're pointing at it and saying, hey, the Democrat Socialists of America who run the Democrat Party now are saying they want to abolish the Senate, interestingly enough, while running for Senate, say they want to pack the Supreme Court. They have all these radical plans that they're releasing and talking about. That's where my energy is going. Not that criticizing Thune is bad, but we're in an election. Got to do things a little differently.
That's right. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in just over 15 minutes. We'll come back. One last story to get to. I thought this was incredibly well written by Megan Messerly of Politico. The headline, "The Last Time America Got It Right, According to MAGA's Next Generation." If you're a Gen Xer or an older millennial, you're going to love this if you're a Trump voter. We'll get to that when we come back, because it explains, I think, precisely what we are and what we're seeking. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. We're back after this.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol. where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
What's on the cut sheet? We'll all find out in just over 10 minutes' time. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on a very busy Wednesday morning. Fight Club 910. Today in music history coming up around 9:50. The Big Three, The Dawn Show, just over 2.5 hours from now. Final story. This is fantastic. And when I read this, I had a thought, a quote that popped up in my head. Dawn always says Trump didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered the call. And one of the quotes in this article from Politico is from Jack Posobiec, who says, quote, MAGA is a reaction to the establishment in the same way that alt-rock was a reaction to the establishment in music. And the headline of this article from Politico is The Last Time America Got It Right, according to MAGA's Next Generation. And I just want to read you 2 or 3 paragraphs here really quickly, because I think this is fascinating. Because I think there's a lot of us that are misunderstood by people that really don't pay attention to politics. And they say, oh, you're a Republican. Oh, okay. And they don't realize how the parties have changed over time. But Politico, Megan Messerly wrote this, and she writes, the Republicans running Donald Trump's Washington grew up on the rebellious culture of the 1990s, discarding its politics while keeping its defiance. She goes on to talk about the UFC fight on the White House lawn. I guess Ja Rule, the hip-hop artist from the late 90s, early 2000s, was there in attendance and was on the microphone. And she goes on to talk about different things like hot chicks being ring girls and things like that. And she writes, whether many in the crowd were old enough to remember the songs or pointedly alive when they topped the charts was beside the point. To Washington's new Republican elite, the 1990s and its nostalgia, swagger, and anti-establishment edge have become the House style. At one level, the 90s-ification of Washington is indicative of generational change after years of boomer ascendancy. She goes on to write, in the White House briefing room, you have Kash Patel, who made an FBI recruitment video that recreated nearly shot for shot a 1994 Beastie Boys music video. J.D. Vance, the vice president, credits Boys in the Hood, the movie, with shaping his entire political worldview. These are Gen Xers and millennials. Quote, the Conservative Party in the 90s was pinning for the 50s. Now, today, the party is pinning for the 90s. This next generation, more often than not, is reaching not for the decade's feel-good touchstones like Friends, Titanic, or Mariah Carey, but for the decade's darker and more anti-establishment canon. Hip-hop, grunge, alt-rock, Quentin Tarantino. Quote, this is the paradox of the 90s revival in Trump's Washington. Quote, in the new right, we are willing to break the rules, Jack Posobiec says. If the system got us to a bad place, then we need to break the system to get us back to a good place. And then in a few other quotes, they're talking about and getting quotes from different artists. Quote, the soundtrack of that era that reflected sensibility is gone. Many of the artists who broke through weren't selling optimism, but rather channeling alienation, cynicism, and rebellion. For some in the MAGA movement who came of age during this period, the music was the message. I think that's fascinating. And Dawn, you talk about it all the time. You know, Trump didn't create MAGA. There was a marketplace for it. And Trump said, well, you know what? I agree. Trump loved the 90s. Trump loved the 80s. Reagan's his idol. And here he comes along and he's doing what many of us at a younger age were doing to teachers, parents, and all of the big institutions. We just talked about institutional lack of confidence and distrust. Trump's like, you know what? I'm breaking it up. I'm done with the way it is used to be done. I'm going to come into politics. Money a factor for sure. Ego a factor for sure. Obama heckling him 13 years ago. I think that motivated him. But he's like, you know what? America has changed to the point where I don't even recognize it anymore. And that's what resonates with me. I love 90s nostalgia. So if you're going to tell me make America like the 90s again, sign me up for it. And he answered that movement.
He did, now I have to think of a great music analogy, but I think, that sometimes when you have somebody like Trump who answers this call, bigger than life figure, dominating all of our headlines, and then what happens? Do we all have Trump withdrawal syndromes, especially the left? I don't know what they're going to talk about.
Dawn.
What's that,
I'm not
sir?
going anywhere, Dawn.
Okay,
There's not going to be withdrawal.
Thank God.
Donna. You know all about
Ma'am.
Donna, right? Ma'am. They said to me, ma'am, Madam President. I said, Donna. She's a beautiful person. She's got she's well equipped, I can tell you that. Right? You look at the grapefruits, I can tell you it's going to be fantastic.
Brick house.
Yeah. Ferris, you're a couple of years younger than me, but just go back to the 90s or the early 2000s or your childhood when, everything seemed better. I think... And I get into this argument all the time with my mother-in-law, and she knows that I was not a Bush Republican in my early 20s. She knows that I didn't like the Mitt Romneys or the John McCains of the world. Like, she knows I only became a Republican because of Trump and coming down that escalator and running up against Hillary Clinton, who I was like, I don't want that woman in the White House at all. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. Like, you think back to it, there's just that element of, and maybe this is why boys are leaning conservative and young men are voting for Trump and the MAGA movement is like, we're tired of being chastised, ridiculed, labeled this because we made a joke or we found it funny that somebody said something that was off color, so to speak, or, that's not safe for the workplace. Like it used to be called political correctness and then it became wokeness, right?
Well, political correctness is censorship, right? When you
True.
weaponize it.
True.
Okay. So that was a euphemism for censorship, which everyone felt, oh, that's not politically correct. No, it's just not accepted. Therefore, you can't say it because if you do say it, you lose things. It's censorship. And that's been one of my favorite kind of catchphrases, political correctness is censorship. It's like one of those cliches like taxation is theft because it is, right? You mentioned like in the 90s, everything seemed better. Well, that's because everything was better. Yeah. Right. And I think for a couple of reasons, because we had more and we knew less, right? There was more sand on the beach. There wasn't as much erosion, right? You had less time, government just whittling down your liberties, whittling down what you have, whittling down what you could buy, right? There was less inflation. There was a smaller deficit, right? We hadn't gone fully off the rails yet. So things were better. All right. But I would say, is it fixable? It's not going to be easy, but I think the Democrats, specifically the DSA, they are, they're giving us, I think they're overplaying their hand a little bit and they're giving us a little bit of red meat that we can capitalize. I didn't realize this. You had the DSA talking about they want to abolish the Senate. Somebody on X, I've never heard of this account before, but commented on one of my posts I made early this morning, and said, under Hugo Chavez, Venezuela abolished their Senate so that Chavez could consolidate power. I didn't realize that this happened. Okay, I had no idea. So I looked this up during the break at the little chat GPT, and again, it's AI, you got to fact check, but generally, you ask the right questions, you can get some answers. So Venezuela, Cuba, Romania, the German Democratic Republic, Hungary, and Bulgaria all eliminated their upper legislative chambers, right, while they were ushering in communism. So this is a play from a playbook that has been tried and has failed, okay? These are things that we can point out to these independents, these moderates, folks ahead of the midterm saying, look, I get it, things aren't perfect, things aren't great right now, but these guys and gals on the other side of the aisle, on the left, oh, well, I'm voting for a moderate. If you're voting for a moderate in the Democrat Party, you're voting for a hostage. There are no moderates in the Democrat Party that have a say anymore, okay? If that was the case, then Diarrhea Lisa Chevalier wouldn't have been elected in New York. Quiros wouldn't have been elected in Colorado. Okay, so this play that they're trying to implement here has been implemented by other communist dictators around the world right before things got really bad. These are the things that we got to get out there to these folks and say, look, they are repeating the same behaviors and telling you you're going to get a different result. That is insanity. Don't give in to that. That's my point.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. What's on the cut sheet? We find out next. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, Sean Farish. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And your latest forecast sponsored by Ashley Furniture. National Weather Service alerts extreme heat and humidity right now, 80 degrees, but heating up to 100. It's going to feel like about 110 degrees. Amtrak and SEPTA trains reducing speeds because of this heat wave. Why? Well, because if the trains move slower during extreme heat, that helps protect the tracks as well as those overhead wires. Ashley Furniture sponsors this forecast. Ashley's Black Friday and July sale, it's here with the biggest savings of the summer. You save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax. They'll even deliver it for free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale only at Ashley's. And summer's the season for fresh starts. Nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA has been a family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship. So this summer, they're making it easier than ever. You save 40% on installation plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted Kitchen Magic to get it right. Now it's your turn. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:50. It is Kayal and Company here on a Hump Day Wednesday. Nick Kayal, Don Stenslin, Sean Farish. Farish in for Stocker this week. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. Oh, it's going to be a hot one today. Whew. Real field temps hitting 107.
Crazy.
Can you actually tell the difference between 101 and 107?
Yeah.
No. No.
I'll tell you what.
Like you can't tell the difference between Japanese and Chinese, and you know it. Okay? Sir, you're not supposed to say that, sir. I get along well with both countries, but, but I can tell you this, that the Prime Minister of Japan does not look like Winnie the Pooh, and the Prime Minister of China does, the President. Xi.
Your boy Xi.
I thought you were talking about food.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm talking about people.
It's been a while since I've had
I'm talking about appearance.
Yeah.
I'm being a little racist. I'm joking.
I know you are. Today's a good day for sushi.
Yes.
Today's a day to eat healthy and light. Yeah.
Tuna.
No.
Tuna.
There is
heist.
never a good day. No. First of all, there's no tuna left. There's a heist.
Yeah.
Second of all, the
good salad today.
Sushi is gross. What are you talking about?
You don't,
sushi?
Wait. You're not a sushi guy?
It's raw fish.
You don't like a good like a California roll?
I don't like anything that comes out of California. Absolutely not.
Stenzel,
here's my thing with sushi. I know everyone's like, "Oh, you can get a California roll. It's not actually raw." And I say, "Well, here's the thing. If I think it might be raw fish, like if I think maybe some DEI hire made a mistake and said, 'Here's a California roll and it's cooked,' and it's not, I will psych myself into getting sick. Like if I think that my meat is undercooked, even if it's not, I will get sick. So I can't have sushi. Number one. Number two, rice. I can't do rice. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Does that sound where does rice fit into my keto plan? Right,
well,
with Taco Bell. I'm not supposed to do that either.
That's valid for sure. Wow. Yeah. So now you, as far as meat, when you eat steak, you're not a well done steak guy, are you?
No.
Good,
I have to verify that the temperature is correct on the thermometer, so I don't get myself.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. I have See, my brain is so big and so powerful, it has negative effects, right? I'm a genius. One of these folks, I know almost everything, right? They call me human Google, right?
Yeah.
When you have Eric Adams.
Goo-goo.
They say, Goo-goo, sir, the Goo-goo dolls. I just want you to know who I am.
The Goo-goo dolls.
By the way, they're a one-hit wonder.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We've determined. Phil says they're not, but they definitely are.
There's some 90s nostalgia.
Everyone knows Iris, and that's it. So, and then there was like one other song they used that was in a car commercial.
So you'd have no interest.
My brain is so big and so powerful that it has an adverse effect on me.
You're the opposite of me. Like my brain is so small, it has a minimal effect on anything in life.
Stop.
So now you're not a Pokeball guy. Like you don't. I love
Pokeball.
So do I. Dawn, I go to that little spot over off of Skipback called Wasabi.
Okay.
And they have you get the tuna, the shrimp, the shredded crab. Nope. Then I go seaweed. I go mixed greens, carrots, wasabi mayo, sriracha, and ginger. Oh,
let me ask you a question. Has anyone ever said you might be a sociopath or like a potential serial killer?
Yeah.
What are you eating all that crap for?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's great on a day like this. You don't want to eat.
Let me just say, your judgment right now is really being called into question. Flip flops, sushi.
Yeah.
I
understand that.
It's just.
I know
a lot of people who like sushi.
I'm a little bit of a foodie. Like you could call me a food. Like I like the bougie food. Like I'm a brioche bun guy. I'm pro arugula.
You're into all the gimmicks.
I like a good scallion. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean I'm not a seafood. I'm also not a seafood guy in general, right? So like I'll have shrimp, maybe a little crab.
Right.
Most fish I can't stand. Tuna, I could do tuna, but a lot of fish I can't do.
Now, real tuna
I'm a
or like
land
tuna?
Animal guy.
Real tuna or like a tuna fish sandwich?
No, I can take it out of the can. Well, I've had tuna steaks before. I got a wild game dinner. I had it. It was it was great. It was really good. But I'm not into seafood to begin with, so most sushi's already out. And then everyone's like, well, what about the California roll? Well, it's like, well, what if they got it wrong and I'm actually eating fish? So I'm going to get myself sick if I eat it. So I just don't eat it.
Okay.
I know how my brain works. It's very big. It's very powerful. It's very influential.
Yeah.
I love ahi tuna.
Oh, I love ahi. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So good.
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
I go to
the big tuna. Bill Parcells, the big tuna. Remember him? Big tuna.
I
go to the Toyosu Sushi Poke Bowl in Lafayette Hill.
Is it good?
That's where David.
Toyosu a car? No, it's Toyota.
Is it good?
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good. But I've been, I do. Anytime we drive by, it's an excuse.
Yeah.
And in this kind of heat, I think because it's cold, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
High protein.
Yep, absolutely. But
you have cold.
What's that?
Hero sandwich. Hero.
But it's too hot for a hero today. You don't want to eat a big carb loaded with processed meats and cheese.
Processed meat full of listeria. Yum.
Meat. Oh. No, a little Jersey Mike's. There's no processed meat. We're good.
It's funny you say Jersey Mike's. That's where we're going to start the cut sheet as we fire it up here on a Wednesday morning, Jimmy Kelly.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this Hump Day Wednesday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. And thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring this Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. I'm hungry now.
Me too. I'm getting all sorts of texts from listeners.
By the way, Nick.
Yeah.
You mentioned foodies.
Yeah.
You know where foodies was used at, right?
Married with Children.
There you go.
The shopping episode, right?
There you go.
That's right. They did the shopping. It was the get all the shopping you can done. Marcy and Al competed in the. You got to spend to fill your card up with, was it like $1,000?
Something like that.
And then they brought in the guy from Leave It to Beaver,
Jerry Mathers, and he turns around to the kid and says, "Listen, I may have to make a pathetic life adorning the cap of the beaver, but guess what?
Yep.
At least my dad doesn't sell women's shoes."
That's correct. Jimmy Kelly and I on the same page with great Married with Children references. The greatest sitcom of all time.
All right, now guess what happened to me today, Peg? Rather Jurassic woman walked in a shoe store today and asked me to see something in a 9. I said 9 pieces of chicken McNuggets at McDonald's.
You mentioned Jersey Mike's. Farish, it's almost like we know where we are headed. Phil, clip 6. This has been on the cut sheet for a couple of days, and it has said every day, please censor. So there's been multiple warnings to censor this. But a Jersey Mike's employee in Baltimore, Maryland, is receiving mass praise after refusing to take abuse from a woman customer who was demanding free food for her birthday. Clip 6. Let's roll this entitled broad.
What you said. Who are you talking to?
You recording that?
Yeah, who you talking to? Yeah, I bet she won't say nothing now.
My name is David.
Yeah, what you say? Get the out, right?
Mm-hmm. Please.
Yeah, that's what you said,
Why?
right?
Why?
No, and don't try to be nice. You said get the out, right? You said get the out, right? Say it now. Say get the
out.
Okay, yeah.
Please
okay.
and thank you. Please
Jersey
and
Mike.
thank you.
Yeah.
Bro, couldn't afford $10.
Because it's my birthday and I asked for a birthday.
It's your birthday.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh, goof ass.
Watch you lose your job.
Look, your man standing at the door. Come on.
Right, not saying anything to you. And watch you lose your job, David. Broke asses on my birthday. This is how I get treated on my birthday at Jersey Mike.
Your birthday.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Keep going. And you're going to have a whole lawsuit. You got the right one to play with.
Lawsuit?
You don't need no money. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They kicking their boobies down the street.
Women with their boobies hanging out.
Women walking around with their boobies dangling.
You should know what we ordered.
I don't remember faces. My bad.
That might be Joy.
You don't remember faces?
What kind of sandwich you get?
You don't. Where's your manager?
Right here.
Where's your manager?
Right here, man.
Okay, so you're the manager. So yeah, corporate will be called. Okay,
I already
that's
called him, so you want to get on the phone with him?
Yeah, you can give me the number. Give us that receipt, please.
Just listen to your man, bro.
Give us our receipt, please. You very lucky. Let me just tell you that. Very lucky.
Hey, this is
very
unreal.
lucky.
Yeah.
Very.
I know.
Very.
Yep.
You're not going to do anything. Yeah, before you really what?
All right. That's good. I think we've seen enough. But there was still 10 seconds. So you have, if you're not watching, you have an African-American female and then the two Jersey Mike's employees. I believe that's a Latino manager and an African-American male associate. And they're both sitting there taking that abuse, handling it, I think, incredibly well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
absolutely.
But Farish, think about this entitlement era. This chick rolls in there thinking she should get free food because it's her birthday. Like I don't know. Does Jersey?
Well, one thing,
yeah, good.
The one thing if Jersey Mike's had like a promotion or is like free food for your birthday,
right?
You know,
right?
And show proof, which means you have to show ID. Okay, but hey, if they had a promotion where it's like free food for your birthday, because there's restaurants that do that. You know, if it's your birthday and you show them that you get something, a cake or whatever. But that's not the case. So you can't just walk into a place of business and invent a rule and then expect them to live by it.
Yeah.
Like that's not what the company does. Okay. If the company does hey, 15% off for your birthday, if you can prove it's your birthday, or free food for your birthday, or there's some sort of promotion that's going on, and you go in and they deny you service, you have absolutely a reason to call corporate and gripe about it.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what I would do.
If you just make it up,
right?
It's free admission to this so and so artist concert, or free tickets to the movie because it's my birthday and I approved it. You made that up. The company is not obligated to follow rules that they didn't implement themselves.
Right?
It's ridiculous, and I think the manager and the other employees handle it very well by just kind of saying, whatever, okay, all right, yeah, you can keep mouthing off, you can keep going. What happened to those guys? Did they get in trouble?
It's a good question because I don't know if Jersey Mike's is franchised or if it's all corporately owned. But either way, if I'm the CEO, you see the commercial every year, Jersey Mike's does like a charity where for one day only, all profits and all proceeds go to, I think, some sort of like disabled veteran or something like that. So they do great work in the community. But even as a franchisee, if I owned that establishment right there, that location, I would sit there, I'd watch that video, and then I would say, you know what? My employees handled that well. Ma'am, you are never allowed back in my establishment again. Exactly. If you show up again, we will call the police. That's what I would do. That'll shut her down.
I would do the same thing.
Yep. And then she can cry victimhood to the police and say she can't breathe and all that other hogwash. Let's go from Jersey Mike's to Chili's. Yeah. You remember Chili's? I want my baby back ribs. Chili's. Yep.
Yeah.
I was never a big Chili's guy. I was more of an Applebee's guy in college when it was buy one, get one boneless wings when I had $9 in my pocket. But clip 13, Phil, a man says he was fired from a Chili's in Louisiana for calling a female by her actual name and not using her preferred pronouns. Clip 13, roll it.
I just want to thank everybody for reaching out, all of the comments, the messages, everyone tagging your lawyer friends, sending me messages. I appreciate it. This is a really weird time. I did not wake up this morning, expecting to be a warrior in this culture war fight. But God puts us in positions that we don't really understand at the time. But one thing I know is that I'm not gonna let this go. This is wrong. This is an injustice. This is flat out that anybody even has to put up with this at work, much less get fired for doing nothing other than calling their coworker by their government name. I have never been fired from a job ever in my life before. I have never been asked to quit, resign. I have never been asked to resign. I've never been fired, period, ever. I've never been written up at a job. I have never been reprimanded, disciplined at any job. I have no disciplinary record at any job. And I got fired for the first time today from Chili's for doing the high crime of calling my coworker, whose name is Madeline, by her name, which is Madeline, and not referring to her as her chosen name, which is Fish. F-I-S-H, Fish. I'm too old I'm just getting too old and I'm at a point in my life where I'm not participating in that anymore.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yep.
I don't care. I'll put my foot down and I'm just not participating in it. And nobody can make me. Nobody's going to shame me into participating in it. You're not going to force me by controlling my money. You'll never get another job. People are telling me, I'm never going to get another job because of it. You will never shame me or force me into changing who the I am.
All right, perfect right there. I got to tell you, hard to believe, too, that this would happen in Louisiana.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
We're doing this in 2026. And by the way, Sean, I'm thinking about what you said about poke bowl and tuna and seafood and fish. You got a chick named Madeline who wants to go by the name of Fish.
This is crazy.
Fish.
That's absolutely nuts.
Fish.
So you have to call her Fish?
Yeah.
Like he has to call her Fish?
Yeah. My
what
guess
are her pronouns?
She's they/them, but my guess is she's probably
swims. Is that her pronoun?
Like a school of fish? Is that?
I'm gonna guess she's shaped like a Big Mac.
This is it. Because acquiescing to the insanity is part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're not a fish. You can go home and do the. You could pretend. Don't force that crap on me. That's it. And don't force it on the rest of the world. And the problem is we gave in to these people and we say, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have this different identity. Oh, we'll just be inclusive. We'll be accepting. Why are we accepting that? We know it's not true. We know that person is not a fish. Okay? Okay, let's go back to, this is an argument the left loves. Oh, slavery in this country was so wrong. They knew that black people weren't property. They knew they were people. Yes, they did. Okay? And it took them a long time to admit it and finally codify the fact that black people were human beings just like white people and had the same rights given to them by God, period. Okay? Well, I'm not saying that, referring to somebody as a fish is necessarily slavery. It is by nature, though, by definition, dehumanizing, right? Because you're not a fish, you're a human. You're not doing it necessarily for malicious purposes, but why are we allowing people to say they identify as animals when they're not? Mm-hmm. Why are we, and so whatever, you could do it, you could play make-believe, but why are we as a society bending over backwards to acquiesce to that? I don't understand who thought that was a good idea. Let's play along. Who thought that was a good idea? Who was patient zero? Who was the first person who was like, hey, these people who are walking around, these furries, these guys and gals think they're frogs or trees or fish or name animal here.
Yeah.
Non-binary pixies. Like, who thought the idea was, who thought it was a good idea to go, let's play along with them?
Right.
Because that's where the problem started.
Yeah.
Right there.
So he's working at a Chili's restaurant. I'm guessing they've probably got a decent sized staff, right? So here's the thing. And again, agree with everything you just said, Sean. But just go out of your way to avoid that person. Like, especially if it's a job that really matters to you. Like say this job right here at Odyssey. I'm sure there's somebody walking around on a Tuesday that has preferred pronouns. And if I ever encountered that person and they said that to me, and I'm like, okay, make a mental note, just avoid the person, right? Now, maybe you can't. Maybe it's a waitress or a hostess with the cook or whatever at Chili's, so it's a little bit more difficult than working at a big corporation in a big office. But just go out of your way not to interact with them then. If they are that crazy, you know what? If you do see them and they say hello, just say hey back. Or if it's a guy pretending to be a girl and they, whatever, just, hey, I'm bad with names. So I'll see people, whether it's here at Odyssey or at the golf course. Oh, Nick, what's up? And if I forget your name, I'm like, yo, dude. Or, hey, good morning. How are you, dear? Or I'll just do that because I forgot their name. Just avoid the confrontation because in the end, I don't think you're bending the knee to them, Sean. But if it's about self-preservation and providing for your family, just avoid, control what you can control. And I think you'll ultimately be okay.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No, nothing else to add. I agree with that.
If you're not watching, just real quick, because he said I'm too old for the guy is, I don't know. Is he not? He's not even, he's in his 30s. He looks like maybe 40.
Yeah.
But not, he's not 90.
No.
Okay.
No, he's probably a millennial and he's just had enough of it already. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. And I'm going to actually have to text my sister because she's the head of HR for a big corporation. And they obviously had to, do the social credit scores and the ESG and things like that. I'm wondering because it's starting to die off and we've got proof. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. But I'm wondering just how much it's kind of vanished in the workplace because it's still obviously a thing for Chili's with a location in Louisiana of all places. Phil, if you could throw this graphic up, this is courtesy of who posted this? Was Robbie Starbuck yesterday, and he was talking about the work that he and Christopher Rufo did to kind of dismantle DEI at some of the large corporations throughout America. I think it was John Deere, Harley Davidson, a couple of other companies, and they
Supply.
What's that?
Tractor Supply.
Yes, Tractor Supply, another great one. And they dealt with a lot of blowback. They were banned and throttled and things like that. And you see that chart right there. And it's courtesy. I want to give you the source on this because you see the decline in DEI mandates by the workforce. And you see how it basically was non-existent. Then it started to creep up during the Obama era. And it actually picked up a little bit in the first Trump term. And then it just went off the charts during the Biden era. And now it's coming sharply back down. There was a lot of debate yesterday on Capitol Hill with DEI and all this ridiculous stuff. And I want to play you just a couple of those clips. Let me start with, because you could say technically local story, Representative Summer Lee, one of the squad Dems here in Pennsylvania out towards Pittsburgh, was in a sparring match yesterday with who I think is quickly becoming one of the more talented politicians. That's Brandon Gill, the Republican from Texas, who's got the Clark Kent little hair twirl thing going on. Looks like Superman before he gets into the phone booth. I love the guy. Phil, let's go to clip 32A. And he talks about equal rights and defining what a woman is. As we just talked about, a guy or a girl, Madeline, who goes by they, them pronouns and wants to be called fish in the workplace. Here's 32A.
And that is why I've introduced legislation to add the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment, enshrining it as the law of this land.
I'd be happy to look at your Equal Rights Amendment and read through it. I guess my biggest question was, does it define what a woman is?
I look forward to your signing on.
We'll take a look at it. I just was hoping for some analytical clarity, but thank you. We'll take a look at it.
And that kind of set the stage for Pennsylvania's Summer Lee to spar with Brandon Gill. Let's go to 32B, Phil. Here's Summer Lee saying Republicans want people to die because they oppose woke DEI. Roll 32.
Diverse workforce and admissions to medical schools creates a better system for this country.
Thank you for that answer. And it does beg the question, do Republicans want black patients to die? Do we want women to die? Do we want trans kids to die? Because we know that a cultural competent education, that cultural competency and diversity in our education system, our medical system saves lives.
You know, Sean, she's one of the squad Dems, and she gets almost no attention, and she's just as stupid and outlandish as the rest of them, whether it's AOC, Jayapal, Ilhan Omar, that goofball down in Tennessee. What's his name? Justin Jones. Justin Jones, another kook. This is, again, I think, and we're going to give you more of Brandon Gill coming up here in a moment, but this insanity, I think, is now widely rejected. And I think these squad Dems, I think we've had a few. Jamal Bowman has been voted out. There's another one I'm forgetting off the top of my head that lost a re-election bid. Oh, Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett's been dusted. I think you're going to see this be a blip on the radar. Socialists are here, but these people that were running, roughshod during the Biden era, I think they're on the verge of being out of politics.
I don't know, because the socialists are using them and their talking points, the whole dividing people, putting people in boxes, racial lines, black patients, this patient. They use that as a means of furthering their, quote unquote, equity agenda. The people who want black patients to die. I mean, let's talk about Planned Parenthood then. Let's talk about Margaret Sanger and what her mission was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was pretty open about it. Oh, she doesn't run the organization anymore. Well, you talk about how the Constitution was rooted in slavery. So why are we not talking about how the fact that, one of the biggest recipient of our taxpayer dollars, Planned Parenthood, is rooted in eugenics, and racism and genocide in a way, right?
Yeah.
We can't talk about that, though.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. You want to talk about black patients dying? Okay, single payer health care. It's going to be long waits. Your government's going to tell you who you can and can't use, what you can and can't get in terms of medical care. You think that's going to work out well in these urban city centers?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So, but the thing is, they're not being genuine about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's another goal at play here, which again is just a consolidation of power. And that's all it's about.
Yep.
That's why they want to abolish the Senate. Again, there's a playbook that has been tried.
Yep.
And I don't love the Senate. I don't want to get rid of it. You know what I want to do? I want to win more seats and have enough votes to overcome some of the stupid rules that are in the Senate that are antiquated.
Amen to that.
I don't want to get rid of the Senate.
Right.
And what happened to no kings? But now we want to take away one of the checks and balances, right? So, but I don't think these people are going away. As a matter of fact, I'm not saying that her thoughts are mainstream or necessarily accepted by the masses anymore.
And not
but
in the black
there is a place
community.
for her on the Democrat Party.
That's a great point, Dawn. There's a lot of people in the black community that are sitting here saying these people are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No, but
It's
there is a
white
place
woke.
for her and people like her on the left.
Right.
There's still a home for them.
Yes. And there's a home because of white, woke, liberal women, college educated, living in the suburbs that, have
white
a
guilt, all
Ukraine flag and a BLM flag and a pride flag all sitting there in their front yard. Phil did a great job. That graph I showed you about the death of DEI in the workplace was the sources, The Political Economy of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion by McCarty and Steele. My sister apparently is listening, and she said the DEI in the workplace has, quote, evaporated. Essentially, we just, quote, stay the course for optic reasons, but now we're calling diversity and inclusion corporate culture to make it less explicit. So I think it's died off in some regards, and then they've rebranded it in others.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like they repackaged critical race theory when that got a bad stigma with DEI.
Yep.
Now DEI has a bad stigma, so now it's corporate culture. And they're going to continue to play this game where they're going to take the candy and just put it in a new wrapper and act like it's different, but it's not.
You're right.
And we have to be smart enough to see through it. You know, if you're taking a turd and you're wrapping it in a Tootsie Roll wrapper, Operation Tootsie Roll, it's still a turd.
Yep.
And then when you say, hey, I don't trust Tootsie Rolls because every time I eat one, it's a turd, and you wrap that turd in a Jolly Rancher wrapper, it's still a turd. Don't tell me it's different, right? Like that's Don't tell me it's a different thing. We see what you're doing. It's the lipstick on a pig. You could put lipstick on Rosie O'Donnell. Still a pig.
I'm serious. Think about it.
Exactly. Speaking of DEI.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
You know, it might have sucked in reality to have Biden and Harris, but from a radio content standpoint, it's never going to be that good again.
So much.
Byron Donalds.
One of my favorites is when he was drunk at this brewery in Wisconsin, by the way. He was, oh, thanks for the Great Lakes. Oh, Earth Rider. He was just babbling. He bombed.
After one Michelob Ultra, he would probably be gassed. By the way, still the greatest thing I've ever seen from Dawn Stensland. Drinking a Michelob Ultra in the 5 o'clock hour of TMF Radiothon.
Yeah.
Her, Ryan Mannion, Zioli. It was great. Actually, second best thing Dawn's ever done. The first best thing she's ever done was this what day? I forget what day it is anymore. The day we had Chickies and Pete's here, the crab fries. Yeah. Dawn sitting there eating crab fries with cheese dip.
Best breakfast.
You know you did 5 miles of cardio after that. I know you did.
I actually did 10 that day. On the bike, getting ready for...
It's coming up. It's coming up.
The big families behind the badge.
I'm gonna get that clip for you guys. By the way, the Biden drunk at the brewery clip.
I need that.
I'll pull the audio and I'll get the video over to Phil in a break.
Was that when they gave him a Trump hat and he put it on?
No. This was before then. He was literally in a brewery and it sounded drunk, but he's sounded drunk in the past. But he's just, the beer brewed here is better than Earth Rider. Thanks for the Great Lakes. It is absolutely insane. I have the video. I will get it to Phil in just a second.
Patch on our jeans.
Exactly. Now the kids, they don't want patches in their jeans. Mm-mm. They want their jeans ripped. I don't get it. I never understood it when it was a thing 30 years ago when I was in school. But anywho, 32J, Phil, 32J. Byron Donalds is going to be the next governor of Florida, and I think he's going to be a fantastic governor. I think he's just going to take the baton from Ron DeSantis and run with it. And he had this to say about the current state of diversity, equity, and inclusion in both the workplaces, which we've been talking about for about the last 10 minutes, as well as academia. 32J, let's roll, who I believe is a rock star, future governor of Florida, Byron Donalds.
I want to pick up where you left off. In your view, what is the current state of academia with respect to DEI programs? Like what's actually happening in there today?
On most campuses, DEI is still in full force. You see institutions, for example, that require diversity statements for application have eliminated that, but yet every single website that helps you apply for a job has information on how to circumvent not having it to make sure that they know that you are aligned with DEI.
Are we seeing the same issue in some federal agencies, even though the Trump administration obviously has put out executive orders to unwind DEI practices in federal agencies?
Absolutely. It's important to remember that the universities and the academy are kind of the epicenter for our professional workforce. And so as students graduate and have been indoctrinated in this ideology, they carry it with them into the workplace.
Like what in these agencies and even in the universities, what are some of the ways that they are rebranding DEI to try to basically kind of be in the shadows away from the eyes of the American people?
The most common one is if you see an office of community belonging, it's where all the people that were in the DEI office now are on campus.
Well,
community belonging.
Point of clarification for me. What is community belonging?
It's what they call DEI offices now. It takes the inclusion part of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it talks about how you empower and enable students in these protected classes to be on campus and to be engaged. But it's really the same operation that was there before about dividing the campus.
Well, why don't we just empower them to be in class and actually learn?
Amen to that. You know, I'm going to give you another example with this kind of rogue nature in which they're still pushing DEI. Sean, I'm not sure if you recall. I know it happened here in Philadelphia with CHOP, but it also happened at Vanderbilt, which is in Nashville, where the Vanderbilt, I don't know if it's a children's hospital or just Vanderbilt University's hospital itself, was doing the gender mutilation surgeries. And on their website, I think it was Libs of TikTok that exposed it, they had all of the literature on there about the procedures they perform on minors. And when they got outed by, I believe, Libs of TikTok or another social media platform or influencer on a platform, they pretty much scrubbed their entire website. Yet I would venture to guess that it probably still goes on and those procedures are still happening, even though they don't, quote, broadcast that they do it anymore. This is one of these things where, look, I think there are probably bigger fish to fry if you're the Trump administration, but when you sign an executive order, and this is, we'll call it in the culture wars class of things that matter, the economy, the border, and then lower down the list are the culture wars, but they do get a ton of play and run in the media. This is something that I don't want them to back off on. Like, continue to enforce if it means stripping funding, strip funding. This stuff is lunacy. And again, forget 80-20 issues. This is like a 95-5 issue. And maybe that's even being generous.
Penn Medicine.
I think it is.
Penn Medicine stopped.
Did Penn stop? Okay.
Yep.
Does CHOP still do that stuff, or is that, or am I I don't want to implicate CHOP in that if I'm wrong. But I thought it was a Philadelphia, so maybe it was Penn.
I know that Penn put out a statement, and that was just about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But they did put out that statement that Penn Medicine overall will no longer provide gender-affirming surgery to patients under the age of 19. That's it.
Good.
They're done.
Yep, as they should be. All right, we'll come back. We'll continue Cut Sheet. We've got a lot of good stuff to get to. We're going to round back to the temporary pause of ICE and vehicle stops. You're going to hear from Mark Wayne Mullen. You're going to hear from Tom Homan. We're also going to get to a couple of clips of Trump. You'll hear from him teasing what his big announcement will be on Thursday night, tomorrow night, and a whole lot more. It's Kayal and Company. The Cut Sheet rolls on. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let's talk about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. Summer's in full swing. We're at the halfway point. Maybe you're still sitting there and saying, you know what? The deck just isn't up to snuff. It's not up to par. The solution? Bucks County Estate Traders. Patio, deck furniture. I got my hookup right before Memorial Day. They'll take care of you as well. Matt Sanella is in the business of providing high-end furniture, and he has a ton. His inventory, it's massive. How big? 16,000 plus pieces, 58,000 plus square feet. And it doesn't matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional. You'll find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Every piece with a QR code that displays the details instantly to that device that you can't get out of the palm of your hand. Here's a pro tip. If you're busy, check out their website, call ahead, say, hey, 6:30 tonight, I'll be by. Show me X, Y, and Z. They'll have it ready for you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom today in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
You know, there's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, and that includes the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience for yourself the luxury, the innovation, the performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration is happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PIA, ZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Everything is better in the summer, and everything's better at the shore, and you deserve a vacation. Summer vacation. If it's still sitting on your to-do list, stop procrastinating, because July is one of the best times to head to my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. It's Rich Zioli. Book a July midweek stay. They're going to give you resort credits. Say 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights, receive $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use those credits on food and beverages in Hemingway's restaurant, the pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. You can take your family on a whale watching boat cruise, but you have to book direct with them to get the best rates and to get those resort credits. You're going to love the Grand Hotel. You're going to love Cape May. If you've never been, it's my favorite shore town. And the Grand Hotel has a beautiful outdoor heated pool and an indoor heated pool if the weather's not great. Book today before they sell out. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you ready for the biggest 80s event of 2026? Howard Jones presents Things Can Only Get Better Tour with additional full sets by Wang Chung. English Beat. Modern English. And hosted by Richard Blade. Friday, August 14th. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, things can only get better.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:31 Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. We appreciate you listening and watching however you may be, wherever you may be. 1210 WPHT on that old AM radio dial. Save Radio Act. Bipartisan support. It's not going anywhere. HD Radio, Odyssey app, iHeart app. Watch us on YouTube. Get the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Rate, review, subscribe. All of that. Hit all the buttons you can. Just keep hitting buttons. That's what we're all about here.
Mash those buttons.
Massive buttons. And by the way, we have the audio. Sean Farish, Phil Omquist is now in possession of the clip in which, well, I'll let you set it up, and then we'll throw it to it. You go right ahead.
Biden was at a brewery in Wisconsin, and definitely looks like he was drinking too much. But it could just be that Biden was having a Biden day. This was during the 2024 campaign before he dropped out, and it's my wife's favorite Biden clip, and it's absurd. He's the beer brewed here is better than the brew beer does. Earth Rider. Thanks for the Great Lakes. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's exactly what
Anyway. All right. Phil Lomquist, let's, I see it in the hopper now. Yeah, he's at the podium, and there's a bunch of wooden barrels behind him.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Casks.
Let's roll.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why he's trying.
Run it back one more time as we try to comprehend and interpret Bidenese.
Beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why he's trying.
That's me after a third of stateside vodka on a Saturday night.
Thanks for the Great Lakes.
What is he talking about?
I don't know.
I don't recall that.
I don't think anyone knows.
I can't believe we missed that.
I know.
That was in like
beer
the
brewed
early
here,
winter.
it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why he's trying.
It's 10 seconds, and there's just no...
There's nothing there.
He was just out. He's out on his feet. I mean, I don't want to lose my mind, but like frickin' Joe Scarborough, he's cogent. There's certain words, like Dawn, you always use the word deplorable with Hillary Clinton when she called. Like, I will never, for the rest of my life, remember or forget Joe Scarborough saying, "I undersold Joe Biden. This is the best Joe we've ever seen. He's cogent." He's cogent.
This guy's bombed at a brewery. Now, granted, I would be too, but I'm not the president of the United States.
It's just unbelievable.
Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. What are you talking about, bro?
A party, a legacy media outlet or outlets, plural. For 4 years, they gaslit us. Don't believe what you hear. Don't trust your eyes. He's got a cold. He's got a lisp. He had jet lag. Every excuse known to man.
Stutter.
No, his brain was pudding.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why he's trying.
Jesus.
What? So the only thing I'll try to explain. I theorize he's talking about using the water from the Great Lakes to brew the beer.
Right. Yeah, you take the Great Lakes water, you mix it with the yeast, out comes beer, everybody has a good time.
I will take your word for it. Your guess is as good as anybody's. Okay? And I believe that happened in like the,
Superior,
March,
Wisconsin.
April time frame. I'm not sure where when went, but it was before the debate. And we were like, this guy might be cooked, guys. No. That's racist. That's a conspiracy theory. Blah, 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 blah.
Not a joke.
Then the debate happened, and everyone was surprised that he had an awful debate.
Yeah.
And this guy was out at the brewery. Oh, the brewery, thanks to the Great Lakes. What?
Yeah. I remember sitting there.
You should not need a translator for a guy who speaks English.
Yeah, I
remember. He's the president of the United States, and yet you need it.
I'm sitting there with my wife. I'll never forget it. June 27th, 2024, Atlanta, CNN debate. He's just completely glitching out on live television. Trump, for the first time in his life, is quiet. He's just sitting there looking over, watching Joe self-destruct. And I told my wife, I said, we've been trying to tell you, how many years on this show have we been saying this guy's done? Is your mother-in-law watching, or your mother-in-law, is your mom watching right now? Am I throwing out conspiracy theories? Or is this guy got a brain right now that's the equivalent of a tube sock with popcorn in it? It was over. He's done.
It was over. But it was over for a while. Remember the clip I play all the time, which is this one. Where is it? Let's see. This guy.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
That was 2022.
The hell does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And then you got thanks for
the Great Lakes means nothing.
And then we got his number 2, and she's saying things like this.
I went to school on a school bus.
What a gaslighting of the American people for 4 years. Unreal.
Unbelievable.
Let me get to back to the serious stuff here. So this morning, big take. Part of it on the economy, part of it on ICE. We'll circle back to the second half with ICE. Let's go to 34, Phil. Tom Homan speaking yesterday on the pause with ICE and vehicle stops when it comes to illegal aliens being here in the United States. Roll it.
Well, that decision was made by the secretary along with leadership at ICE. But look, it's not a policy change. It's a temporary pause. Look, we had the last couple of shootings. ICE leadership along with DHS believes they want to look at these last a couple of incidents and look, is there something that could have been done better? Is there any training that can be improved? Or it's simply ICE doing their job and bad things happen when people don't comply with law enforcement officers. So I think it's going to be a short pause. And I'm confident that ICE is well trained in vehicle stops, and you're going to see us keep moving forward. But this is just a temporary pause where they look at the incidents. But let me say this too: I hear a lot of noise right now. This is going to affect ICE arrests, and it's not going to. Look, I've done this for a long time. You can when that alien leaves his home before he gets into the car, you can arrest him then. You can wait till the vehicle gets to the destination and arrest him then. Every case is different. Now, we know vehicle assaults are up over 3,400%. So if we can arrest that alien outside that vehicle and take that 2-ton weapon away from them, that's good in some instances. Other instances, we're going to still need to do vehicle stops for a significant criminal. You may want to stop him in a desolate area before he gets downtown. You certainly don't want to stop a criminal alien near a school that in the middle of recess with 100 kids in the playground. There are so many circumstances these agents need to look at to make these decisions. So I do not think this short pause can affect the arrest, because the alien can be arrested before or after that vehicle. But this is, what I understand, talking to the director of ICE, it's a short pause just to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Well, I'm glad he said that, because I think I mentioned something in the first hour when we were taking and getting our thoughts after the big take on this. And I said something to the effect of, well, what are you going to do? Wait until the illegal alien that you're trying to apprehend gets out of the vehicle and walks into a McDonald's? I think that was the example I used. Looks like that'll be the case, right? They're just trying to...
Eventually they have to get out of the car.
Right. They're trying to remove the variable of a 2,000-pound vehicle, which can be used as a deadly weapon.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, look, it's like the equivalent of a football team abandoning the run game because they're down a bunch of points or something, right? And so it's not like you're never going to hand the ball off again. It's just that for now, you're going to take a different approach while you navigate the challenge ahead of you, right? So it's the same deal. It's not ideal, okay? But it's not black and white. There's a lot of gray that, in the age of the internet and the hot take, we usually, look away from the gray, right? Where it's like, oh, this is stopping. It's the end of the world as we know it, REM. Right. But it's not, right? It's, again, not ideal. Not ideal. But as he mentioned, vehicle stops being one of the biggest vessels for making the arrest. But they don't have to arrest him when he's in the car. They can arrest him before he gets in the car or when he gets out of the car. Sure. And all of those different things. You don't need to confront the individual while they're in the vehicle, but eventually they got to get out of the car. They can't just stay there. They're going to get out of the car and then you can go get him. And now he's not behind a 2,000-pound vehicle. So listen, it makes, from what Holman said, that makes sense. Now, is that what they're going to do? Is he spinning it? Is he sugarcoating it? Is it different behind the scenes? We don't know. But I don't really have a reason to doubt Tom Holman.
Well, and he's the best source on all of this. I mean, nobody's done it better than this guy for multiple administrations. But I'm fine being lied to. You can come out and lie to the American public and say we're temporarily paused and continue to do it in a more clandestine, rogue, under the radar.
Well, that's what ICE has done after Minneapolis, right? They said, we're going to buy a way to dial it back, but they've actually increased the amount of arrests, the amount of deportation flights. You just don't hear about it because it activates the bad guys. And so there's a bit of strategy here,
which puts ICE agents in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Too.
It does.
Yeah.
Amen. Yes, it does.
It does. Now, temporary pause, and it seems like midway through the clip, if I'm kind of reading between the lines here, maybe they only paused this for the duration of looking into and investigating what happened in Houston as well as in Biddeford, Maine. That being said, if it's beyond that, how long is the pause for? The end of the summer? Till November 7th? Wink, wink, as in, we'll pick this back up right after the election. Knock on wood, hopefully Republicans do well. I would love to know, again, you're right, Sean, I think you nailed it. It's not ideal, but if it leads to one extra person committing another heinous act and let's also factor in, what if they get away? What if you had him in the vehicle, you could have apprehended him, but because you made this pivot, you waited until a new policy comes in of wait till they get out of the vehicle. What if he takes off on foot? What if he disappears? And then
you take off on foot, you're in a vehicle, you're going to get him. To me, taking the 2,000-pound vehicle away from the criminal is ideal for the safety of the ICE agent and, frankly, the safety of the criminal. Because you don't want to look. ICE doesn't want to kill people. Law enforcement doesn't want to kill.
No,
we talked about this yesterday, right? There's one thing that these guys, some cops serve 30 years. They never fire their weapon once. That's the ideal career path of a police officer, not to have to fire that weapon. Because if you're firing that weapon, it's because your life is in danger or someone's life is in danger. You don't want to be in that situation. So take the variable out of the equation. And I think you have a better chance of someone getting away in a car than you do on foot in many cases. If you're already tailing the guy and he gets out of the car and takes off on foot, you have the advantage. You've got aerial, you've got vehicles you can keep up with him on, right? Is there a situation where you can just blend into a crowd and you lose him? Of course. But you'll get him again. This is ICE that we're talking about. They're able to track these guys down. And I think it is one of these things where he's presenting, ICE is presenting, or Holman is presenting this pause to kind of, hey, look, we're gonna reevaluate this, and then behind the scenes, they're still doing what they got to do. They're still conducting business as normal, and finding these guys.
So obviously, ICE and illegal aliens front and center. The latest in Maine, because the media portrays it in such a negative fashion for the good guys. That's getting all of the attention in the media right now. Not so much about the economy, but I do want to play this clip. I believe this is the dash cam footage. Phil, let's go to clip 40A. This was, if you guys recall, we had this on the cut sheet a few months ago where an illegal alien was driving another commercial truck and rammed into the back of somebody. This was the one in California, and this was just unbelievable to watch. So sad. That killed 3 individuals. Well, this person has been sentenced, and this person has received less than 5 years for killing 3 people with a deadly weapon. Wow. Let's roll this footage one more time. Remember this? And keep running it back, Phil. Run it back 2 or 3 times here. Traffic piling up on a California interstate. Watch this. Right into the back of the white SUV, right into a truck, right into the red car, right into the back of another vehicle. Literally obliterates 3 vehicles between him and another commercial big truck in front. So think about it this way. If you're not able to see on YouTube, you're in the lane on a highway. You have this illegal alien driving a massive truck. 3 personal vehicles in front of him and then another big truck. It's like a triple cheeseburger. And boom, kills all of these people. And I forget what this guy's name is and where he's from. You can see the photo, the mugshot of him in this clip that we're running. The guy got 5 years. Let me take that back. 4 years and 8 months. His name, Jashanpreet Singh, illegal alien, kills 3 Americans, sentenced to 4 years and 8 months. And one of my favorite accounts on X is End Wokeness. And after the sentence came out yesterday, they compared prison sentences for somebody who killed 3 people to others. Remember Enrique Tarrio from the January 6th situation?
Yep. Seditious conspiracy, 20 years.
22 years in prison.
22 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, 22 years, 6 months. The 3 officers with Derek Chauvin, Officer Tao Thao, Jay Kang, and Thomas Lang, 4 years, 9 months, 3 years, 6 months, and 3 years. Their crime? Complicit bystanders in the death of George Floyd. So when you look about the justice system, and we had that conversation earlier this morning on all of our institutions and where our confidence and trust is, of the 14 that they list in the Gallup poll, the 14th one is the criminal justice system. Right now, with prosecutors and judges the way they are, like the Larry Krasners of the world, I have very little faith in the criminal justice system, especially in certain venues and jurisdictions based on politics alone, because we have people that are committing, let's call it mass murder. You kill 3 or 4 people, my God, and you get 4.5, 5 years? What are we doing in this country?
It's insane.
It's insanity. It's almost like everything is a political statement. If you do something that somebody disagrees with politically, they throw the book at you. But if it's somebody from a population that is a part of your cause, you're getting a slap on the wrist. I don't know how old this individual is. Let me give you his name one more time.
21.
Jashanpreet Singh. Okay, so he's 21. He's going to be back on the street at 26 if he's still in this country, and could probably conceivably do this again. Tell me that's that is. Tell me that's justice, Sean Farish, Don Stensland. How about the families of those three individuals that lost a loved one because this moron is driving basically a weaponized bomb and probably can't read road signs, has no clue how to interpret English, probably can't speak English. But if I point that out, I'm the bad guy.
And had a CDL license in California.
Yes. And Duffy's talked about this.
Crazy.
Sue the hell out of these companies. Bring the Trump administration and DHS and the Transportation Department, sue them, file criminal whatever you have at your disposal. Go after the people that are granting licenses and giving them vehicles to drive when they ultimately kill Americans.
It should not be allowed. It is, look, if you're a driver in this country, whether you're legal or illegal, right, and you have an issue comprehending English, you can't be on the road, period. You cannot be on the road because what language are our road signs printed in? English. Mm-hmm. And this is why 10 years ago plus, I've been saying, hey, this country needs an actual, codified official language. All right. It's a safety hazard. Oh, you work in a paint store. You're saying that because you deal with a lot of Spanish. No, that has nothing to do with it. It's a safety issue. If it's a time of crisis or not a time of crisis, effective communication and language comprehension is a safety issue. Okay. And why would you want somebody behind the wheel of take a tractor trailer out of the equation? Any motor vehicle, a bike, anything, even if it's not a motor vehicle.
Right.
Why would you want somebody on some sort of mode of transportation who can't understand what the road signs mean and what the rules of the road are? It's a safety problem for everybody involved. Mm-hmm. And, that's racist to point that out. No, it's actually compassionate to point that out. Number two, you have these guys stealing American jobs. Stealing. Okay? Mm-hmm. Jagpreet Singh or whoever the hell this guy is, stolen an American job and 3 American lives. Okay? All because someone, somewhere, in some blue state, some blue jurisdiction said, yeah, give this guy a driver's license. What's it going to hurt? Well, mm-hmm. 3 people are dead.
Yep.
Congratulations. You see that guy plowing into those cars, just absolutely destroying them and still having all that momentum to wind up off the road and crash again. Mm-hmm. Why would you want to keep putting these people on the road?
Right.
I don't get it.
That's right. We have enough bad drivers in this country that are American citizens that are either high on marijuana, drunk, or on their phones, distracted and not paying attention. Now you want to add this into the pot? No thanks.
2 of the 3 people killed in that crash were Clarence Nelson, who was a basketball coach at the nearby Pomona High School there, his wife, Lisa.
Yeah.
They were 2 of the people killed. But remember this, there were multiple other people who were severely injured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this was like a pileup. He must have hit. Phil, if we can, just roll the video back. Let's just count how many actual vehicles he makes contact with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Yeah.
7.
Jesus. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. Greg is in Holland, and he has some prior history with this. Greg, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning.
Hey, Greg.
Yesterday, my daughter was driving Bustleton Avenue coming from Philadelphia to Feasterville area, and a gentleman hit her, sideswiped her car. So I showed up to the scene, and he wouldn't give me any of his information till the cops showed up, but they said it was on the Philly side. It happened right at the borderline, and the Lower Southampton police came and said, "Oh, that's Philly. Call them." They never showed up. I stayed for like 4 hours. I called the Feasterville police and made a big stink, so they came back and made a report. The guy wouldn't give me any of his information. He said he didn't speak English. And then, long story short, he had a picture on his phone of a driver's license that we took a picture of. He didn't have a physical driver's license. And then I noticed that it said Connecticut Adult Learner's Permit, and it was out of date from 2025, and it was a Class D. He was driving a commercial vehicle, a Ford F-550, a big flatbed, and they let him leave.
Wow.
They didn't even give him a ticket. I said, he drove from here to Connecticut. I said, you going back to Connecticut? He said, yeah. So who knows what could happen on a road like that? You know?
Is your daughter okay?
She's okay. The car's total.
Oh, boy.
Now I got to pay deductible. I'm calling these people today, the company, to try and see if their insurance will cover it.
Wow. Well, Greg,
I mean, he didn't even have a driver's license.
Sure. I'm so sorry to hear that. Obviously, glad that your daughter's okay. You know, or a car can be fixed, or your insurance can be adjusted, but you can't bring your daughter back. You only get one shot at this life. So, thankfully, she's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You got it.
I knew I was going to call into you guys because I know you talk about this all the time. And I said, "Oh, coincidental."
Yeah. And I feel like a broken record at this point, Greg, but the stories just keep popping up every day, whether it's a news story or a sentencing or the fact that somebody has been officially deported or detained. I forgot about it. I don't recall the Joe Biden clip of being drunk at that brewery, but I remember that clip that we just played you of that trucker hitting those three people.
And he had DUI. He was drunk.
Well, that explains it, because, I mean, he was drunk or he was distracted, because that wasn't.
Wait a second. The Indian guy that we just saw in that video was drunk too?
That wasn't a road sign
and he only
issue.
Got 5 years?
Yeah. Not even 5. 4 years, 8 months.
Is the justification for that we gave him a short amount of time because we're going to deport him? Is that?
No.
I doubt it, because California. This happened in California, so a California judge probably
I'm just trying
not
to figure out if
pro-deportation.
there's any logic. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any logic whatsoever. And I'm not trying to defend it.
No.
It's just like, should we be paying to house? I mean, I would. You want my opinion? You should kill him. The guy should be dead. That's it.
I'll fire it up for you right now.
You'd have a lot less illegal alien drivers getting CDLs if they thought that if they killed somebody, they'd also be killed.
Put him in
like, why is this
firing
guy still
squad.
breathing?
Yep.
Yeah. It's San Bernardino County in California.
I'm just going to guess that is super liberal. I'm just going to guess.
So he was drunk.
And he confessed to it. He pleaded guilty to all this.
He confessed to it. Drunk. Killed 3 people on the road.
Yep.
Under 5 years.
Yes,
in jail.
sir.
Awesome.
Yep.
See this is the thing. If I made the rules, he would not be alive today. He pled guilty. Dead. That's it. No appeal. Nothing. You're dead. That's you've admitted to killing 3 Americans. You were drunk behind the wheel of a car, and you're an illegal alien. Gone.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
Give me a good reason why this guy's still alive.
I can't come up with one.
Sorry.
855-839-1210. Final hour. No, not too harsh. Firing squad. That's why we played the stalker drop for you. Fight Club coming up in 14 minutes. Also, cyclosporiasis. I believe that's how you say it. Dawn had it in the news. The parasitic illness that is causing mass explosive diarrhea. It's not just about your produce. Taco Bell might be playing a key role in it. We will give you the news report on the other side.
I can freaking smell it.
I can't imagine what it smells like. Clip 35, Phil. We'll have it when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour. Next.
We got to talk about your forecast. Sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Dangerous heat across the region. Feel like temps to hit 110 degrees. That's the latest this morning. So we're in the low 80s this hour. 81 degrees and sunny right now, but many warnings out there for you. You got to be safe in this heat. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay, free fraud, and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Just visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA. Thank you, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union, for sponsoring our hot forecast today. Hot, humid, and many weather alerts. Stay inside if possible. And think about driving that Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong, all in the luxury and air conditioning of Mercedes-Benz. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and those GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized Piazza dealer in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that truly set Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIA, ZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
It's the final seconds of the match, and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa! Wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red card. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 9:05. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, Sean. Good to have everybody aboard. Fight Club coming up in just about 5 minutes. Today in music history on the way. Big 3, Dawn Show, top of the hour. And earlier this morning, I think right out of the gate around 6:03, 6:04, we were talking about the YouTube chat for Kayal and Company, and Road Warrior had mentioned we were $213 shy of $25,000 for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Just got an email. Suze Keller, thank you, Suze, a $200 donation has been made. And we are now over $25,000. In fact, a total of $25,037.36 has been donated to our team. And remember, the original goal, $15,000. Smashed it by over 10 grand. Give yourself a roaring round of applause, folks. Way to go. Thank you very much, Suze, for getting us over the hump. $200 donation. We love that. By the way, I did 21 miles yesterday. My hamstrings feel like spaghetti today. I'm in trouble.
Spagats.
I'm in trouble. I've done 2 now.
No, you're not.
I've done 10 miles and 21 miles. My goal
Stop
is to
eating
do...
sushi. Stop wearing flip-flops. You'll be fine.
No flip-flops on the bike. Straight sneakers. I don't use the bike shoes, though. Some of the guys that use the bike shoes that attach to the pedals, I'm always concerned that if my feet are attached to the pedal and my fat ass topples over, I'm not going to be able to get off and it'll be too attached to the bike. And that could be curtains for your boy. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there. Yeah. All right. Couple of other things here. We've got some good stuff with Trump I'm going to get to. Got a little bit more of Tom Homan. But we got to go back to the big story. The big story that Dawn had for the last couple of days, and Sean Ferris, you were exactly right. You said Taco Bell could be the culprit. And it looks like that is actually playing out in real time.
I told you, I have a huge brain, very powerful, very smart. I'm telling you, don't doubt.
Yep.
The guru. The gastrointestinal guru, that's me.
Cyclosporiasis or
cyclorhiniasis,
explosive diarrhea. At first, people were saying it might be the produce like lettuce and tomatoes, maybe unwashed raspberries and other things, fruits and vegetables. Well, federal authorities and state health officials, they are now investigating Taco Bell. Clip 35, Phil. Roll it.
Taco Bell is removing some ingredients from select restaurants as a precaution, with the cyclosporiasis outbreak in Michigan growing to more than 3,300 cases and several hundred more in neighboring Ohio. In a statement to CBS News, the company says public health officials have not confirmed a link to Taco Bell or any specific ingredient, supplier, restaurant, or retailer. The intestinal illness is caused by eating fresh produce contaminated with feces. While rarely fatal, symptoms can last for weeks. They include diarrhea, cramping, bloating, nausea, and fatigue.
In addition to antibiotics, fluid hydration is really the mainstay of treatment here. Fortunately, less than 5% of cases have resulted in hospitalization, and there haven't been deaths at this point.
Thoroughly washing produce reduces the risk. This grocery shopper in Michigan says she'll take her chances.
I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, and it's not going to stop me, so pray for me out there.
Last year, the Trump administration scaled back the CDC's food monitoring program, giving states the option to stop tracking certain pathogens, including cyclospora.
Would a more kind of robust or funded CDC have limited this?
When an outbreak occurs, then we sort of work backwards and think to ourselves, goodness, maybe we should have put a little bit more money into some of the preventative activities. One way or another, we pay for it, whether it's we pay for it with prevention or we pay for it with treatments after the fact.
The U.S. typically has only a few hundred cases of cyclosporiasis each year. Gwen Baumgartner, CBS.
So it's cyclosporiasis, and less than 5% end up in the hospital. Nobody has died from it. But I didn't realize, so I was wondering, Sean, like, what exactly is happening to the produce to cause this? And it looks like there's feces that are ending up in what we are presuming or failing to do. I said this earlier last week, sometimes I forget to wash the produce, or Kristen doesn't do it. I'll tell you this. I'm not scared of explosive diarrhea. I've had it plenty of times in my life, not this actual diagnosis. But moving forward, I'm washing everything that comes out of the produce aisle. Every single thing's going in the sink, and we're going to hit it with water.
They're talking about the exposure of produce to feces, and I just have to ask one question. Who's picking the food, Nick?
Oh,
it couldn't be a bunch of Mexicans sugar honey iced teaing on themselves in the fields and picking our food, right? Couldn't be. Sean, that's racist. Well, you know what? If you're going to cause me to have explosive diarrhea involuntarily, when I get Taco Bell, I know what I'm signing up for.
Right. If
I'm going to get a salad, and all of a sudden my salad has been picked by some illegal alien mud hut slob that's crapping on themselves in the field, and now I'm getting cyclorhiniasis. Well, if we deport the illegal aliens, who's going to pick the food? Well, if you deport the illegal aliens who's picking the food with on their hands, you know what else we don't have to worry about too? Cyclo-runny booty. That's it. There it is.
Cyclo-runny booty. Like, if I end up with explosive diarrhea because I used habaneros in my chili, that's a me problem, right? If it's people failing to do their job properly, then we do have a problem. But I guess if you do, I don't know, Dawn, do you use hot water when you rinse off your produce? Do you use cold water?
Cold water.
Cold water.
Yeah.
That's interesting, because I would have thought hot water. Maybe that would alter the produce. I don't know if you want to run piping hot water over raspberries. It'll probably turn into puree. But I would have thought hot water to kill anything that could possibly lead to any health issues.
You know what the truth is? They're saying that these parasites, once they're in, like a head of lettuce, it's pretty hard to rinse it out.
True.
Unless you cook the heck out of whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's probably the only way to kill these buggers. They're literally saying avoid certain foods like lettuce. They're just saying avoid it right now because they can't figure it out.
And I'm willing to avoid lettuce if I felt like I was really in danger.
I figured it out. It's been figured out. You have a bunch of people. They've told us that these people are picking the food. These are uncivilized savages who are in our country that are picking the food. How does human poop get on lettuce?
Well, did they say
you
human
wiping your
poop?
rear end with your hands and picking my lettuce?
Oh, they did
Get
say
out.
that. Okay.
Okay, but here's also, it could be that you have poor conditions. So in other words, if somebody, if they have an outhouse or something where the outhouse situation, or there's no outhouse, and then the flood of water with the irrigation is, you know what I'm saying, bringing the water back onto the crops. That's usually what what you're talking about.
You know, they loved all this. Remember the CDC and all these health agencies with contact tracing during COVID? Why don't you contact trace this, right?
You know, we never had outbreaks like as severe as this before the illegal alien crisis. I'm just,
Yeah, could be a thing. You might be onto something.
I think a bunch of people picking food with poopy hands is causing the problem here more than a flood or two.
I would say that now all the headlines right now, they're really warning people because it has surpassed 7,000 people sickened.
Wow.
And they're saying now it's supersized.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy. It's not contagious person to person, is it?
No.
Okay.
Can you imagine that? Stop the spread.
Just the whole country be crapping itself. That was how Joe Biden felt at the Vatican.
Well, unless you...
Well, man, cyclo runny answers. It's Operation Tootsie Roll.
Hey.
The beer brewed here.
Speaking of Biden, we're going to have this after Fight Club on the cut sheet. Joe Biden just released a trailer for his presidential memoir. It's called Promise Me America, and it comes out November 17th.
Oh, God.
Uh-huh. Everybody writing books.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Because I'm just thinking about all the rain that we've had and the storms.
The runoff.
You know where I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're not eating lettuce, but you decide, it's really hot out and the Wissahickon Creek is looking nice, or you're down the Jersey Shore and some of those beaches contaminated near a lake where maybe the runoff happens.
Yep.
Then what happens is those sewage areas, have run off into swimming areas.
Yep.
Could that be supersizing this as well?
Good point. Now, I know tomatoes are technically a fruit, but just for the sake of conversation, by the way, lettuce, completely overrated. If you're talking all of your produce, fruit aside, we'll throw tomatoes into the vegetable category because they're always in salads. But I know they are a fruit. So before the YouTube chat corrects me, I know if tomatoes are fruits. Like lettuce, seriously? Lettuce is kind of overrated. It just gets in the way on a good hoagie or a hero, as Sean would say, or a grinder, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, tomatoes are great. I love tomatoes. If you're anti-tomato, hold the tomato. I don't trust you. I love onions. I love peppers of all sorts of varieties. The lettuce, if I'm having a salad, it's romaine first, followed by iceberg lettuce too. But I do like arugula. But I will say, on the sandwich itself, lettuce is filler. When I was in college, I used to tell Subway all the time, back when $5 footlongs actually cost $5. And I was in college and I was working at Foot Locker, I would always tell the guy at Subway, bro, lighten up on the lettuce. I don't need a brick and a half of lettuce. I want my meat. I want my cheese. I want my peppers, my onions. I don't need 4 handfuls of lettuce. I'm not a rabbit.
So USA.
Well, listen. Here's the other thing.
Lettuce rant over.
I don't hate lettuce. I'm not a lettuce diehard. Okay. I'm also being scolded for calling people who poop on their hand, wipe their asses with their hands, calling them savages. I guess they're civilized. They're first world.
Right.
Be nice. Be nice to the people picking our food that might be making us sick. Be nice. No, sorry. We have 7,000 cases in this country of explosive diarrhea. What's the cause? I don't know. All right, I don't know. And this low IQ idea, diarrhea existed before the elite. Have we ever seen an outbreak of cyclosporiasis to this extent?
Not
Do we know
to this,
that?
Not to my
to
knowledge.
this extent.
Oh, wow. Then what the changed over the last 4 years, huh? Because the big defense of why we can't deport people is because they pick the food. And now all of a sudden it's coming from produce? Hello? Use your damn head, you moron.
Dawn, you were going to say something about...
I'm not saying it's all them. I'm saying, hey, there could be a there, and to intentionally look the other way while your butthole bleeds because somebody decided to put their food after wiping themselves is not smart. But then again, I'm dealing with this same group of people that aren't smart to begin with.
butthole bleeds.
Who they judge? The list they've released: carrots, celery, cilantro, green onions, green peas, leaf lettuce, parsley, onion, raspberries, blackberries, romaine lettuce, strawberries, tomato salad, zucchini, basil, bagged salad mixes, and kits.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
Interesting.
We occasionally have a stretch where we go to, and thanks again, Dawn, for Acme. But, we go to Acme and I'll grab a couple of those bagged salads. You have like the cilantro ranch bag salad and the Southwest blah, blah, blah salad. But everything you mentioned there, 80% of those things are probably on our weekly list. I'm surprised I don't have it at this point. Do we know how many cases are in Pennsylvania specifically?
Hundreds.
Okay. Well, state of millions. Very, very few.
It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing that to simply question and say, "Hey, could this be the thing?" is now insensitive. F that. F you. This whole nonsense. We've never seen an outbreak like this. We have an illegal alien crisis in the country, and they're in the fields picking food. Okay.
You looking at the? Are you looking at the YouTube chat? Don't look at that.
Oh, the
thing.
YouTube chat. Let me just say it.
Don't look at it.
Let me just tell you. No, because here's the problem. Here's the problem. It is embarrassing how obtuse one has to pretend to be in order to quote unquote play devil's advocate.
Right.
It's embarrassing. And you know what? Someone's got to say it. You got the biggest outbreak ever, and we've got an illegal alien crisis in the country. Let me guess, they didn't contribute to the housing crisis either. No, we can't. We can't blame it on the illegal. Yeah, we can. There's 30 million people in this country who shouldn't be here, and they are playing a role in the food picking business. We know this, and now people have cyclosporiasis.
I love Farish.
Hello?
I love when Farish goes on a rant. He's fired up. It's like the opposite.
Because it's ridiculous.
It's like the opposite of Carville.
Why would we invite this? They say import the third world, become the third world. Well, now it's import the third world, become the third world, and have the same parasitic infections as the third world. I don't want it here.
Look, you fat.
I don't.
Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good.
We need to do a Farish unplugged segment.
We want to hate this so much that we can't see straight.
Yeah. I need to get Farish, Bruno, Carville, Rosie O'Donnell. We need to have the meltdown debate segment of all meltdown debates.
I speak for a lot of people. You hear me, you fat?
Love it. You good now, man?
It's unbelievable.
You got it out of the system? You good?
What? Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. It's great watching people defend the possible cause of this parasitic infection. It's great watching people jump to go, now you're saying that diarrhea didn't exist. I already admitted diarrhea exists. I give myself diarrhea on purpose when I go to Taco Bell, not because of a freaking parasitic infection that I got to go to the hospital for and start chugging Bactrim.
It's hard to straighten.
Let's wake up, folks. There are third worlders in this country who have brought diseases into this country. That happened.
Don't be all snotty like that.
Third worlders.
I'm bobbing.
What are the other diseases that came in? Measles? Didn't we have a measles outbreak in Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I wonder who came across the border there. No, it must have been the measles fairy who did it, right? Must have been the measles.
Don't forget about the mumps.
She came down from the heavens and waved the magic wand and gave people measles, right? Bunch of morons.
Is this the diarrhea fairy?
Don't blame the illegals who came in for all the diseases that they brought. Oh yeah, no, we won't blame them. We'll just continue to be an ostrich and bury our head in the sand and act like they're not causing any problems. Does that work better? Why? To be nice? Give me a break. Give me a break.
Jimmy, make sure Phil clips this, or whoever clips whatever. We need that clipped.
So they're just warning, especially, people with autoimmune diseases, elderly, babies, things of that nature, because thank God we don't have any deaths due to this.
Right.
But we do have hospitalizations now.
Yeah.
And whatever's going on in Michigan, they have a disproportionately large group of people sickened by this parasite, and they're very concerned about it.
Would that be Dearborn or Detroit? I'm going to guess it's one of those two locales, but I'm just throwing something at the wall. We'll see. All right, speaking of throwing things at the wall and perhaps throwing down and throwing fists, 12 minutes late, but what the hell? Time for a Wednesday edition of Fight Club.
I speak for a lot of people.
Wait, hold on a second. Jimmy Kelly, just fade that down a little bit here for a second. Just a moment here. Just a little coaching here. What? Why are we playing a live read bumper for Fight Club? Where is the Fight Club intro? The one that you've played every day this week that you randomly just went rogue and played the bumper like Dawn's doing a magic kitchen read or something.
Well,
what are we doing here?
I'm playing music underneath.
Right, but where's the intro?
I'm doing the intro live.
I know, but haven't you been playing a Fight Club intro like a bed every day?
This is what I've been playing. Yes, I've been playing this.
That you just played is not what you've been playing every single day.
Okay, well,
1,000% incorrect.
These things rotate. Okay.
Oh, we're on a rotating system. Okay,
we're in a rotating system. It's wide orbit. Okay, I blame wide orbit. I don't blame myself. I blame wide orbit.
It's wide. Scalish. It's wide orbit.
Of course. You don't think I'm going to blame myself, do you?
Of course not.
Well,
I mean,
Nick,
come on.
what is it? Lower energy or what? What coaching were you?
I don't know. We've got a branded segment with an intro, and
it's a branded. Look,
producer goes rogue and starts playing some.
When Stalker comes back, I will put the pre-recorded Fight Clubs together.
I will do and say what I want.
Yes. When Stalker comes back, I will produce Fight Club. I can't produce Fight Club and run the board at the same time.
Right. But that's not the point. But you've been playing something different every day.
I know. And these things.
So where is it?
And these things. I'm playing it off of this thing.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Take your time. We'll just have dead air for 2 minutes.
No, we're not going to have dead air for 2 minutes. Let's just do this.
Okay. No, let's not do that either. That's another live read bed.
Yeah, that's what I have, our live read beds. That's what I have.
But where's the thing that you had yesterday?
That's on the same thing. It's the same. You know what?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Mr. President, what should we do, sir?
Sir,
I think we should get rid of the illegals who are making us have poop. Different question.
Taco burrito. He's got something in his
Now I'm going to keep saying it just to troll.
I'm being criticized.
I think Jimmy Kelly's in trouble. I think we have a problem.
I'm being criticized right now for playing Fight Club intros.
Yeah.
But nobody says anything about Fight Club starting 20 minutes late.
No.
But that's okay.
That's right.
But me sitting here playing an intro, that's a problem.
That's right.
Me sitting here playing an intro, and it sounds like a live read because I'm just trying to improvise over here. That's a problem. But if anybody else did it, it would be fine.
All right, let's do it no bed. Let's do it completely dry. Because you're a very talented guy. You can ad-lib on the fly, which I give you credit for. Where the actual intro went, nobody knows. It's like we're looking for Gabby Pettit, or it's like a Netflix documentary or somebody that went lost and nobody can find them. Like, where's Nancy Guthrie's mom? Nobody seems to know. But,
where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo?
This? Where's that?
Stalker? Take us away, Jimmy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? I speak for a lot of people who believe that this segment should start at 9:10 and not 9:30. Welcome to a Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club, where it's a bad idea Wednesday, a bad idea to go to Taco Bell, a bad idea to leave your pets and your kids in a car, an even badder idea to sit there and decide, hey, you know what? It's kind of hot out. Let's go swimming in the Schuylkill River. You know what is a good idea? A good idea is when this segment starts on time, when Stalker comes back and I can produce these things the way they should be, and fights equal ratings. And all I can say is, you gotta knock the F out, man.
Exactly.
You're gonna knock you out. And I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you come to the right place.
Well done, Jimmy Kelly. There you go.
See
so
that?
Now
we can salvage.
So we're
very good at salvage.
Yeah, this must be a Stam submission. I'm looking at it in his queue right now. Bunch of chicks, underdressed and overweight, throwing down. Getting honest, guys, I got to tell you, I got to be on my soapbox here. A little tired of the same dynamics in every fight.
It's the same thing.
Can we freshen it up?
It's like a music station right now.
I got it. Fat chicks wearing skinny clothes, fighting over God only knows what. And I am all about diversity, equity, and inclusion for Fight Club.
And every fight, it sounds like this. Beep, 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 beep.
All right. All right, enough. All right.
Let's play this.
Dial it back there. Yeah, back's good. Yeah. It's a good fight. I mean, there's definitely venom and vitriol. It's vicious. Yeah. Outside of a tractor trailer, a big rig. This looks like... Here comes a Geico truck. Geico's there. You're going to pull out the little gecko with that British accent. Whatever happened to the gecko? Yeah. Now, is there, it looks like outside of a grocery store, is there, I thought I saw something that said Fresh Kitchen. I don't know if that's is that like a Whole Foods establishment right there? I can't really tell what that says, but my God. What, Dawn, I'm telling you, I think females, they all hate each other. We get more female fights than male fights, by the way.
I don't know what it is.
It's, I don't know. I don't know.
You know what? I don't wish ill will upon anybody, but
they're savages too.
Those two beasts right there, if they came down with the explosive poops, that might dial it back a little bit, right? Hard to fight when you're on the can for 3 days.
Be dehydrated.
Yeah.
You know,
your legs start to fall asleep when you're there for too long.
Yeah.
That's the worst, by the way, when you're a man and you're just, you're doing your thing and maybe you're reading the newspaper or nowadays you read your phone and the leg falls asleep while you're sitting.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful.
Foot falls asleep. Get up, you topple over.
And then when you get up, you're like, you gotta go for the wipe, but you're on one leg.
Yeah.
Because one of them says that's dangerous.
Right.
You could go down.
Right. And then think about this dynamic as well with the cyclosporiasis or whatever, sporiasis, I guess is how they pronounce it. What happens if you're out of toilet paper and you got to open the door and you yell for St. Kristen? Kristen! Oh. I need another roll.
Well, you don't go in unprepared. There's a parasite circling now. You don't go in unprepared.
But when it's explosive, time is of the essence.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you have to make sure that you have an extra roll in the bathroom in some location.
Yeah,
and
keep it under the cabinet.
And a fan.
You got to make sure there's poopery.
That's right.
And you got to make sure that
Candle.
there's an extra roll.
Yep.
And a candle.
Good stuff. All right, we're like way past due for a break. We'll take a break. Jimmy will look for the bed. And we'll come back and wrap up Cut Sheet. Before we get to Today in Music History and, of course, Dawn's Big Three. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code PLAN.
Hey, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Piazza Auto Group are looking to adopt a local animal shelter, and it could be yours.
You know, our friends at Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back to the communities they serve. For years, they've supported local animal shelters that work tirelessly every day to rescue, rehabilitate, and adopt homeless animals.
And we're looking for one deserving shelter to become the beneficiary of our year-round fundraising efforts, donation drives, community outreach, adoption events, and on-air support to help provide much-needed resources, all to help more animals find loving forever homes.
If you're a decision maker, volunteer, or staff member at an animal shelter or rescue organization in Philadelphia or the suburbs, we'd love to hear from you. Visit 1210WPHT.com/Piazza Pets and tell us why your shelter should be selected as our partner.
Because when a community comes together, amazing things happen. Piazza Auto Group. Just visit 1210WPHT.com/Piazza Pets.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are back, 9:35. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Jimmy Kelly at the Wheels of Steel. 8-share with the music coming up in just about 15 minutes. Big 3, Dawn Show, top of the hour. President Trump yesterday, Phil, clip 21A, was having a big conversation as he was hosting the Prime Minister of Iraq. And he teased a very big announcement. What could it be? Tomorrow night in prime time? Here's Trump with a little teaser for you.
It's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
Well, when you talk about elections and you talk about big announcements, I don't think there's anything bigger than the Save America Act. Phil, let's drop right back down to 16A and head to Sean Farish's home state, where Tim Burchett walked out of Congress yesterday and he had plenty to say on the Save America Act.
The bill to vote on it, it's a procedural move, but it has to be done to get a bill of the stature that we're trying to get, and it attached the SAVE Act to it, so, in the press. So, anyway, those both passed. Thank y'all for seeing me here.
Procedural votes matter. Obviously, I think the House is doing their job. I'd like to know what exactly it entails and includes as it goes to the Senate. The reason I played Trump and Tim back to back is here's my thing on tomorrow night's big announcement. If you're talking about the Save America Act, if you're talking about election integrity moving forward, I'm all for it. I think 80, 90, 95% of Americans are.
Yeah.
If I tune in tomorrow night and he's gasbagging on something from 6 years ago that he just refuses to let go, that no matter what you say, nothing will change. You can't undo the past, right? What is it? I can't believe I'm going to use this, but I'm going to do it because I think it's true, but it will also trigger people. And it'll deflect the YouTube chat away from Sean back to me. As Kamala Harris would say, you can't I can't even do it. What is it? It's something about being
unburdened by what has been.
Nothing you can do is going to change 20. We're closer to 2028 than we are 2020. You won 2024. We're a few months away from the 2026 midterms. Let it go. What's the Disney movie? Is it Moana
Frozen,
or Elsa?
Frozen.
Anna? Let it
Frozen
go.
Would let it go.
Let it go.
You let it go in terms of you don't make it the center of your messaging. You don't let it go because there was
correct.
There's questions.
Yes.
Okay. Should a Thursday night address be about the 2020 election? No. Okay. If the Thursday night address is about election integrity and he brings up the 2020 election as a means of supporting the argument for the Save America Act, I don't have a problem.
Right.
If this is all about the 2020 election, right?
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah.
That to me reeks of tone deafness. Unfortunately, I don't like to say that, but it reeks of tone deafness in that the people you need to win over for the midterms are not interested in hearing about the 2020 election.
Correct.
The folks who are interested about hearing about the 2020 election are already voting for you. This makes no sense. This should be about what our plans are with Iran, the Save America Act. And if you want to bring up the Save America Act and you want to bring up election integrity and you want to bring up maybe new findings that were uncovered or released or declassified or whatever regarding 2020, I don't have an issue with that. If this whole speech is about 2020, I will say it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance there's a new J13 Butler finding or anything of that nature?
God, I would love
No,
that.
I think this is going to have to do with elections.
Yeah.
Save America Act,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I would love it though because as Eric Trump said,
I am totally unsatisfied.
That's how he feels about it. That's how I feel about it.
I did read something, about the speech tomorrow, that there's some sort of evidence that's being declassified that shows foreign interference in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Probably China.
Yep.
So don't be surprised if that's a part of the speech.
Sure.
I don't want the whole thing to be about that. And I hope it's not. Right. So let's see. Let's see.
Yep.
Right.
I agree.
See what it is.
I agree. All right. We'll do one more here. We were a little behind, and that's my fault. So we got to pay some bills. But let me just wrap with this one today. It's been a couple of days since we've played anything from the crazy, wet, angry hens of The View on ABC. But I remember last week, I think coming out of 4th of July holiday break, Sunny Hostin, we played this where she says she freaks out and she panics and anxiety kicks in anytime she sees an American flag. So she actually doubled down on this. This is clip 46, Phil. Actually, the last clip on our cut sheet that Dan put together. And she talks once again, about her remarks about the American flag and seems to think that it is the same as the Confederate flag. Clip 46. Let's roll Cloudy, Angry Hostin. Oh, do we not have it? I thought we have it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I see Phil scrolling around. Do we not have it? Is it not in there? Maybe it's on the cut sheet, but it's not in the actual hopper. Okay. All right, no problem. We'll come back and we'll get ready for Today in Music History. Maybe we'll play this clip before that, and then we'll get to Dawn's Big Three. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We got to talk about Ashley Furniture and your forecast. We've got all of these heat and humidity alerts, air quality alerts. So be safe, baby, as we are heating up every hour after hour. The high today, 100 degrees. It'll feel like 110. Ashley Furniture sponsoring your forecast. Ashley's Black Friday and July sale. It's here with the biggest savings of the summer. So save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax, and Ashley delivers it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale only at Ashley Furniture.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on, and it's in full swing right now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, as well as their location in Westchester. And you can get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's Best Warranty, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. You've got savings and you've got safety and security. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during their Hyundai Getaway Sales event going on this summer.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company, as we wind things down. The Dawn Show, 10 minutes from now. Big 3 coming up, as well as today in music history, another donation coming in for the Bend to the Shore bike tour, which 100% benefits families behind the badge and the Children's Foundation. Chris Gallagher just made a $150 donation.
Wow.
So now we are at $25,187.36. So a big shout out,
Woo.
Chris. He donated $150 today. And earlier this morning, we had Suze, who gave Families Behind the Badge $200. So great job out of everybody. I mean, we're just about, 11 days away?
I know.
Can we get to 30 grand? Double the goal? The goal was 15. We hit 20. We've eclipsed 25. I'll let Stalker beg next week for the stretch run.
Yes.
But I think 30 is possible because we have such a great audience. Yep. All right. Let's get ready to wrap it up. And before we say goodbye to Sean Farish, it's time for Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 15th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ray Toro from My Chemical Romance, Jason Bonham, Joe Satriani, Jeff Carlisi from 38 Special, as well as Linda Ronstadt. Happy birthday shout to Ian Curtis from Joy Division. Signature The Twist by Chubby Checker in 60. In Between Days by The Cure in 85. And The Writing on the Wall by Iron Maiden in 2021. Album We're an American Band by Grand Funk Railroad in 73. Back on the Streets by Donnie Iris in 80. And Going for the One by Yes in 77. Also in 2018, GNR's November Rain became the first 90s video to pass 1 billion views on YouTube. In 78, the Stones were top the album chart with Some Girls. And in 89, 200,000 people attended a free Pink Floyd show in Venice. But lastly, on this day in 2021, Lindsay Hale from Hailstorm became the first female brand ambassador for Gibson guitar. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
There he is, the A-Chair himself, live in Box 4. As we say goodbye to Box 3, Sean Farish, have a great rest of your day. Have a good show, pal, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
You do the same. Everybody stay safe out there. Wash your produce.
Don't get explosive
diarrhea. Don't get cyclo-runniasis. You want it to look like this, not anything else. All right. See you guys tomorrow morning.
See you, buddy. There he is, Sean Farish.
See you, Sean.
We'll do it again on a Thursday, a double dip Thursday tomorrow, as Jimmy Fallon will be back with us, as well as Rich Zioli. But right now, it is time for Dawn Stensland and the Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union on this extreme heat day. We've been talking about the hot weather, the humidity, and President Trump, well, he's heating things up with his visit scheduled for Pennsylvania today. 2-day summit bringing together senior government officials, military leaders, executives, biggity bigs, as I say, from the world of defense, technology, financial sectors. So here is Senator Dave McCormick speaking out about the 2026 PA Defense and Innovation Summit.
It's a 2-day summit. Day one was yesterday, and we're very grateful the president's coming. This is really about how we make his strategy of peace through strength an ongoing reality. We need to increase our defense spending. Pennsylvania is really at the point of the spear. We have 190,000 workers in the defense industry. All the major primes are here in Pennsylvania. So it's about two things. It's about rebuilding our defense industrial base, like shipbuilding, the Philadelphia shipyard, where Hanwha is going to go from 1 ship a year to 20. But it's also about supporting these emergent technologies, robots, drones, AI, Carnegie Mellon, University of Penn State, Pennsylvania State University, University of Pennsylvania, all of these research institutions. This is building momentum as the face of war changes dramatically. Even from when you were in combat, it's dramatically different than it was even then. We have 500 companies here, 600 C-level executives. We're going to announce a number of investments. 30 announcements are going to take place. It's going to be over $10 billion of investment in Pennsylvania and more than 4,000 jobs. So this is a huge day for Pennsylvania, but it's really Pennsylvania in support of the president's vision. And we're honored to have him here. And we've got every major CEO from the defense industry, a number of the big investment firms that invest in defense. And I think we're making real progress.
So that was Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick, obviously speaking out, on Fox and Friends. But he mentioned all the heavy hitters. So let's get to that one. This is JP Morgan Chase CEO. This is Jamie Dimon. And he's at the Philadelphia Navy Yard with Senator McCormick announcing this huge $24 million investment package.
Yep.
It's amazing. It's great for job creation here. And it should be making bigger news.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, it's funny you say that. Brian Hart, who does PR in this city, sent me a DM about an hour ago about the Navy shipyard being brought back and building. There's a good article. He sent me a link to it. I'm assuming I shouldn't say a good article. I haven't read it yet, but from BillyPenn.com with this $24 million investment.
Yeah.
To throw that in.
I mean, Brian and other, you and he have in common, like Temple grads.
Right.
And he has these, I think that he has his head on straight as far as this is a huge story.
Sure.
But Nick, what did we, one of the stories we talked about 6 o'clock this morning was that all the narratives that they don't want to talk about the economy, which was your big take, some good economic news at 6.
Yep.
And also, they wanted to talk about the vigil outside City Hall, talking about ICE, Maine, Texas. I mean, that's just it, Nick.
They get you to take your eye off the ball, and you get distracted with things that are such statistical outliers that you lose sight of some of what you just said, good possible revenue growth and job growth for people in this state. I didn't realize how strong it was in this state with that stat that McCormick threw out. Yeah. What did he say? 190? I forget what he said at this point now, but yeah.
I'll go through it. Yeah. Let's get to it. This is Jamie Dimon.
We're sitting at the Philadelphia Navy Yard where we build ships. They built ships here that won the Revolutionary War, that helped win World War II. And so now you have this, the arsenal of democracy has been reignited, and shipbuilding, people said couldn't happen. But here you have Hanwha Shipbuilding at the Philadelphia Navy Yard, which is going to be building components for nuclear submarines and major ships. So we're just aiding here by doing some financing, special kind of financing for Hanwha here. But very importantly, and this people have to remember, this is like one big complex ecosystem. We're also financing, people. We need 300,000 electricians, welders, et cetera, to build ships in the next 5 or 10 years. So we're helping finance people who train people, who will train people here. There's 16,000 workers here. That number may very well double over the next 5 years as it builds more ships, and we build a lot of shipbuilding back to the United States. There's also a whole ecosystem here. I'm going to meet with Rose Industry later. There are probably 100 vendors who help supply all the things that take place here. So we're doing our part to help, protect the future of freedom and the future of America.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the trades and how that's the right way to go if you want to be emerging with a skill set in demand, not be in debt. Did you hear Jamie Dimon there, which is how many welders they're going to need in the next half of a decade?
Yeah. I mean, they're hiring. This is incredible news, to your point.
Yep.
He mentioned Rhodes Industries. So that's Jamie Dimon. He's talking about JP Morgan Chase, the banking firm's new investments. And that includes the $13 million for Rhodes Industries.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, as we know, South Philadelphia Navy Yard.
Yep.
They're the ones building that 95,000 square foot submarine facility, creating right there, that's 450 new jobs. 450 new jobs just with that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just incredible as they're touring this today. I know that as well, Governor Josh Shapiro, he's scheduled to speak as well today. So this is Dave McCormick. We see him. There's a real pattern with him. He just tries to bring everybody together. He whether it's Fetterman, working with Shapiro, and remember, he and Sherrell Parker, Philadelphia mayor,
that's right.
They did all those videos together as well.
That little restaurant spoof.
I know.
So bad.
So it's, this is part of what Trump has called this generational upswing in manufacturing that he wants to bring back, wants to transform Philadelphia and the entire region.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
It's incredible.
It leads to job growth. I'm all for it.
Positive energy. Right, my friend?
Indeed.
So we got that going on. We also have, let's take you to testifying on the hot seat. This is Todd Blanche facing this Capitol Hill grilling. And it's a high stakes confirmation hearing. This is Trump's new pick replacing the one whose name we don't say anymore.
Yeah.
Do you notice that?
The desk. The desk has been vanquished.
Pam Bondi. So, yeah.
Seems like just yesterday.
It does. Todd Blanche on the hot seat. And so let's begin, Dan Borowski, with your clip from, this is Chuck Grassley.
Let's put aside partisan criticism for a moment and address the evidence. The department's primary duty is to enforce our nation's laws and to keep Americans safe. So how is the department stacking up? The answer is, for those who care to judge fairly, it's a record of success.
He's done a very good job. Not a huge Chuck Grassley guy, a guy that should probably have retired a long time ago. Term limits, different subject, different day. But I've had nothing negative to say about Todd Blanche. He's done a very, very good job. And it's not to say that, again, I was critical of Pam Bondi. It doesn't mean she's a bad lawyer. I don't think she's a bad litigator. She was not great from a PR standpoint. Blanche, I also don't think is great from a PR standpoint. He's kind of boring, but boring in a good way. Yeah. He's not giving any sound bites where he opens mouth and inserts foot. He's just prosecuting.
Yeah.
And I think he's done a good job. I really do.
Yeah. And that's just it. I think in a way, Pam Bondi, I will say, attractive. She has a great personality. In a way, that charisma worked against her.
Yes. Agreed.
If she had just been born, put some of these my woke glasses that I call that I have to get the new contacts still, but she needed some woke glasses.
Well, if she was a Democrat, if she was a Democrat, the media would have loved her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's beautiful. She's brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
She's charismatic. She's spunky.
True.
Right. But because she's aligned with Trump, she's weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Get some boring glasses.
Right.
Be a little more boring.
That's right.
Fade a little bit off the headlines. So let's go to now. This is Senator Durbin, not happy. This is actually from yesterday, where he's talking about Todd Blanche's nomination odds, etc.
Tomorrow we're considering Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination, who has said of the court that they are rogue activist judges and repeatedly claim the administration is, quote, at war with the federal judiciary. That kind of rhetoric, I think, is unacceptable on either side of the table, Democrat or Republican, liberal, conservative. It just inflames people and has them thinking in terms of violence that may reach physical violence if we're not careful. So I want to just add the chorus that violence is unacceptable at any stage of the spectrum.
Give me a break. Here he is today, Nick.
Okay.
In less than 18 months at the Department of Justice, you've shown you're still President Trump's personal attorney. Your tenure can be summed up in the 4 words you said, quote, I love you, sir, to President Trump.
Oh, boy.
This was your response when you were asked what you would say to him. This nation deserves an attorney general who loves the Constitution more than any single president. An attorney general focused on keeping America safe and combating corruption, not satisfying the president's personal grievances or channeling crypto cash to the administration's MAGA faithful. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Shut up, Dick. That's Dick Durbin, by the way. God forbid you say you love your client.
Yeah.
By the way, I do believe he'll get confirmed, and the prediction markets agree. Kalshi gives it a 71% chance before August 1st, 80% before September 1st, 90% before the end of the year. He's going to get confirmed. He's just being put through the process, so to speak.
Yeah, and speaking of the process, so this one, good job, Dan Borowski gets this old clip that Dems have been posting of Todd Blanche. They're just trying to discredit him, right?
I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if President Trump chooses to keep me as acting, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
And then just a quick question.
I love you, man. I love you too. This bud's for you.
And Dan playing Loving You. I don't know if this song, though, is the next line is true, because I don't know that loving President Trump is always something that President Trump makes easy for those who work for him.
No.
I think that he's a tough boss.
Yes, he's demanding. He'll fire you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I like that. He wants you to perform, and he wants accountability and responsibility. You think he would have tolerated Jimmy Kelly today with the wrong intro?
How does that sound?
But you know what? I think we all remember the toughest bosses made us better.
Yes, of course. Yes, they set a standard. They try to instill that in you, and then you should pass it along, or as they say, pay it forward. Amen.
So we wanted to
Get up, Harry.
Yes.
We wanted to have something positive energy. This was a cute report. This was NBC 10 featuring, and Nick, I think Nick Kayal, especially with the ages of his twin daughters, will really appreciate this. Bella is 12 years young, honor of a lifetime, because she got to be a news reporter reporting from, a national event here in Philadelphia, a historic event with the All-Star festivities.
Nice.
In Ashburn Alley, as the biggest stars in baseball arrived to meet the throngs of media, they also met a young girl from Philly.
What does being an all-star mean to you? When you were younger, who was your baseball influence? When you swing, what do you think about?
Players like home run derby champion Jordan Walker went face-to-face with 12-year-old Bella Gonzalez.
I think I feel better now that I got the first question.
Bella submitted a video.
My name is Bella Gonzalez. My family background is that I'm from Costa Rica and Puerto Rico.
And won a contest organized by the Players Trust, the charitable arm of the MLB Players Association.
Why I think I should be selected is because I've learned so much about baseball all because of my dad.
He's like the biggest fan, and what he was like so proud of me when I told him about it. I was like, oh, like I'm gonna make a video to do this, and he was like, oh my God, I'm so happy for you.
I remember skipping school to go to the parade in 08, so I mean, sharing this experience with her is beyond exciting for me personally.
All of which brought Bella to the ballpark for Media Day.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
What's your name?
Bella.
Could be wrong.
Bella.
Bella, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
I'm trying to get people souvenirs. That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you so much. It actually went pretty smooth. Right when I finished asking the questions, my mom texted me, how was it going? I was able to text her right back.
Bella's friends say she has a future as a reporter.
They were like, oh, you're going to be a reporter, you're going to be a reporter. Just how you talk, you speak like straightforward.
Yeah.
They were like, I think that's going to be your future when you're older. I was like, all right.
Well spoken for 12. Yeah. Future Dawn Stensland right here in this market.
I don't know about that, but yeah, 12 years. All I could think of was girls are so, at this age, they're so far advanced as compared, because I have boys.
Right.
I mean, my sons would have been like, whoa, you know.
Right.
At 12.
Yeah. I could see that. She screams reporter.
Yeah.
I don't know if she would be an anchor, but who knows?
Great presence.
Yes.
Now, would your daughters ever, because they're into sports.
Yeah, they're into sports. I could see my daughter Mia, because she can't shut up. I could see her doing something with a verbal skill set, whether it's, being a lawyer and litigating, being a broadcaster and talking for a living. She's the chatty Cathy. Olivia talks a lot too, but Olivia likes to help people.
Aww.
Yeah, she's going to end up being like a doctor or a nurse. Olivia, I'm going to tell Mia, just go to like Monco Community College, get your 60 radio TV credits, and then try to get into broadcasting. I don't think she would be a journalist, though, which would require, obviously, a journalism degree.
Right.
Like, who knows? But 8 years from now, I mean...
Can I ask your insight on something?
I have no insight, but
genuinely curious.
Sure,
I mean,
Borowski.
watching all the All-Star festivities, so much around the AUSL, the new softball league, professional softball league that you're seeing out there.
Yeah.
Is there actually interest in softball players, young softball players, to watch that? Are you seeing a drive?
See, Olivia's got the softball bug right now, and she actually asked me like a week ago, do they have a professional softball league? And I said, yeah, I think so. And that's exactly what you're citing right there. Yeah, I think there's an interest that's growing.
Yeah, it started 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year's first.
I got her she wanted to watch the Women's College Softball World Series this year.
That's awesome.
And she was watching all of them. Alabama, Tennessee, UCLA, Nebraska, Texas Tech. Yeah, it's getting big.
So is that going to be bigger than just comparing that to the flag football that's offered within the NFL?
I would love, and you, Dawn, pointed me in that direction, right? What's the relative that she won she has like a Super Bowl ring, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've won, and the bling that they get.
I know.
This is Stacia, who's the only other person. There are only two people I call Saint, and that's Saint Stacia, my stepdaughter, and your wife, Kristen.
Well, there's one
who
that's
Stacia says is a
one's a
martyr.
true saint. I'm going to say Stacia is. I'll let you dub Kristen that.
But it's her oldest daughter, which is Emmy, has one. She actually gave me that Eagles one to carry around, for good luck, because I think she's won, I don't know, 4 of the championships.
Wow,
the whole team gets the ring.
She's starting a dynasty.
Yeah.
Jesus. Wow. Okay.
But that's what I wonder with the kids. That's why I was curious. Dan asks a great question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is this the future, and for girls and the scholarships and all that?
Mm-hmm.
And which one do you think will be bigger, the flag football or the softball? You're leaning towards softball.
I'm leaning softball, but I'm biased because Olivia's obsessed with it.
Okay.
I could see her wanting to do the flag football, but I think nationwide, probably the flag football thing. Because if the NFL's attached to it, the NFL doesn't miss. The NFL is the king. Nothing can derail them. They put their brand towards something, and then the marketing for that's going to exceed Dan, what did you call it? The USWL?
AUSL, the Athletes Unlimited Softball League.
Right. Yeah, it's probably got less funding than the WNBA, so I don't think that'll catch on like flag football would.
The flag football one, they pour a ton of money into it. It's really well done.
Yeah.
And like I say, the bling all the girls get for even participating.
Oh, yeah.
Just like if you were a player in the NFL and you get cool stuff.
It looked like she had a Super Bowl ring when she came out to Piazza that day.
It was
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it wasn't the exact amount wasn't announced, but the MLB did actually make a 8-figure strategic investment in this AUSL. They have an equity stake in excess of 20%.
So
there is some MLB backing.
Okay, yeah. Well, they want their cut, right? They're looking for a return on their investment. Yep. Okay.
Dan, did you want to do, or maybe you guys want to save this for tomorrow? There is in the emotional moment when they're paying tribute because they do a lot of cancer fundraising.
Oh, at the All-Star game.
Yes,
yeah, I saw
the All-Star game.
I saw this happen live.
And it's really emotional. It's beautiful. I thought this.
I think we have it on the cut sheet. It's cut 45, Dan, if that matters.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
It was.
Right now.
I will say this for Philadelphia once again. We don't give ourselves enough credit as a city. The city with the drone shots they had, with all of the festivities, the red carpet.
Oh, it was gorgeous.
It really was
well done.
well.
It was top of the line. It was first class across the board. The results weren't great, but I mean, as far as the presentation, you couldn't beat it.
So I am pulling it up right now.
And by the way,
trying to vamp a little bit. Yeah.
Fox and Netflix had some terrible issues with Netflix on Monday night for the Home Run Derby had terrible camera views. I don't know what they were doing. And then Fox last night, if you watched it, for the first inning or two, it sounded like somebody was blowing a foghorn.
Oh, that was so annoying.
Did you notice that too? I think they had mic issues because they had players mic'd up, umpires mic'd up, and I think with all the mics being hot, there was like some weird reverb or
was
kickback.
it? Or I think it was something in the stadium.
Was there somebody actually blowing a horn?
Because the players were reacting. I noticed like one of the batters was smiling.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was wondering. I'm like, what is that? Because it was
like an annoyed smile.
It was annoying enough where I was ready to mute it for a little bit.
And it was so hot. Maybe the heat too. Okay.
True.
Dan's got it, sir.
Yeah.
But, we stand for the flag as opposed to kneeling for it. I have no problem with that.
No, I don't either. It shouldn't be controversial.
No. But it was amazing. Boys to Men, Patti LaBelle in the house. I mean, amazing. Another Philadelphia native opened the night with the national anthem. A lot of patriotism.
Yep.
And for me, that was an incredible moment.
Yeah. And there's a reason why when you're at a sporting event like the All-Star Game, Dan Baker will get on the microphone and say, if you are able, please stand up, remove your hat as we honor our nation, right? Like, yeah, I stand for the flag. Yeah. And if you don't stand for the flag and you sit, I gave you the story years ago, Dawn. I had my hat on during the national anthem when I was like 12. And my dad slapped the hat right off my head.
Yeah, that's something my dad would do to my brother.
Yeah.
Before we get out of here, did you guys see that wonderfully nostalgic moment, what was between the 4th and 5th inning, featuring the city of Philadelphia and all the players having a catch out on the field, a beautiful fireworks show? I have the video if you guys want to check that out.
Yeah.
Here's cut 44.